Hey everybody, it's Corey Poirier. We are back live, day 3 of the Amplify Your Message event. And the Amplify Your Message event I'm super stoked about this. This is, like I say, day 3. Today is the day focused around speaking. And so this is for both Kelly and I, my co-host, Kelly Filardo, Amazon bestseller strategist. This is for both of us, this has been our backyard for a lot of years, our wheelhouse, speaking from stages. And so I'm really excited because I know so many people, A, still want to speak from stages, and B, want to know what that looks like in 2020. So they want to know, how do I get virtual stages? Is that even a thing? How do I still crush it on stages, even if I can't get to them right now? Can I still get to stages? Is there still events going on? All those kind of things. And I'm hoping we're going to uncover most of that today. We have everything from our first speaker who's going to join us this morning, Lori A. McNeil, who's been crushing on virtual stages. She can confirm this, but I feel like she told us on the last time we had her on, I think she's like 15 to 20 virtual events a month, so almost one a day.
Good for her.
Yeah, she's going to talk about how she's doing that and also how you can do it too. So I'm excited about that. All the way to our last speaker today, Larry Winget, the incomparable Larry Winget, the pit bull of personal development. I'm super curious to see what Larry's doing these days because, of course, he has about 12 international best-selling books out, but he also spends most of his time traveling and speaking. So I'm curious to see how he's spending his time. Is it similar to Les Brown, who we had on the last time around, who said now he's not even sure if he's going to get on planes anymore because he's getting so many virtual paid bookings. So I'm curious to hear how that all goes. And then we have Benji Bruce, who's been teaching people how to get speaking engagements, high-level ones, for years. So we have a lot of amazing speakers coming up. Kelly, I said your name, introduce you that way, but Kelly, did you want to take a second, introduce yourself for those who may be discovering you for the first time?
Sure. Thank you, Corey. So, yeah, I mean, I've been speaking on stages now for 10 years. And when COVID hit, I lost everything I had and then pivoted into being a coach and coaching people to become best-selling authors. And that's been going very well for me. But there's still that side of me that misses being on stage and misses, that energy and traveling and all of that stuff. And so I'm really excited about today because, like you said, Corey, that's my wheelhouse and I really miss it. And so I'm really excited about chatting with other speakers to see how they're still fulfilling their dream of being a speaker and getting their message out there. So it's going to be exciting.
Absolutely. And one thing I wanted to tell people, I never said this in the last couple of days, but I thought I should share this too. The Blue Talks brand, because people message me after each day almost saying, how do I get involved? And somebody just messaged me yesterday saying, how do I get involved in the Blue Talks brand, the book series, what have you? So the easiest answer for that is reach out to me. The Blue Talks book series, we're working on the New Year one right now. We're that far ahead, but we are looking for, I want to get that edition full as well. So if somebody wants to know more about Blue Talks and how it all works, please reach out and let me know. The best way to do that, I might as well just give you my personal email address. I'll follow Jeff Hoffman's suit. If Jeff Hoffman, the founder of Priceline.com and a billionaire, can give out his personal email address on Monday, then I can give my note, I'm pretty sure. So it's easy. It's thatspeakerguy@gmail.com. Again, thatspeakerguy@gmail.com. If you want to explore what opportunities exist within the Blue Talks ecosystem. And then the other thing I should say with Blue Talks to kick things off is, I've said it the last couple of days, but I never assume that somebody's not here for the first time. So Blue Talks itself is a virtual platform like we're on right now, a live stage platform like Kelly's going to be on next week, a book series like this one here, which is on Amazon, maybe #1 in the categories right now or close, and a podcast, which has been in the charts for about a month. So the Blue Talks brand is started a month ago, and it's, I like to say, alive and kicking. And so if you want to learn more about how to get involved in Blue Talks, of course, just let me know. But that's also everything related to Blue Talks right now as it stands. And the other place you can get more information about the brand itself is bluetalks.com. So that's my little housekeeping about Blue Talks. So what I also wanted to mention really quickly, I know our first guest is going to be joining us soon talking about virtual events. And before we go there, Kelly, can you talk to us perhaps a little bit about what 2020's looked like in the speaking world for you right now?
Well, it's gone right virtual. So that's definitely where it's been for me, other than, speaking on stage for Blue Talk. So I haven't done any live speaking on stages since March. So, but it's been awesome though, because what's happened for me is that I've pivoted into becoming an author coach and, you know, coaching people to become best-selling authors. What it's done for me though is I was always scared of putting on my own live events. And there was two reasons. One was financial reasons. I didn't want to take the financial risk. And second of all, and this is going to sound so silly, Corey, but my second reason was because I didn't think people would show up. And it's crazy, right? But I did my first live event on coaching people how to become, you know, how to publish their book in 7 easy steps. And I had like 30 people at it. And so I thought, well, that's pretty good, right? And I made some money and everything. And then when COVID hit, we decided to do virtual. And what was so cool about going virtual is that one of my clients messaged me. She said, Kel, thank you so much for making this a virtual event. She says, I have cancer and I'm going through chemo right now and I'm not allowed to leave my house. And she said, and if you would have done this live in person, I never would have been able to do this. So now she's published her first book. She's a best-selling author. And it's all because we took the event and made it a virtual event. And so that just warms my heart knowing that I was able to impact that one person and allow her to get her message out in a bigger way just because I decided to do that event virtual instead of live.
That's awesome. And I mean, it speaks to it, right? Like we always assume, or shouldn't say always assume, but a lot of people are assuming that virtual is the only way to go. Correct that. Paid is the only way to go. The only way to get paid is through main live stages. But people are proving every day that's not true.
Exactly. Yeah.
I should mention too, I've had numerous clients who reached out to me just in the last 2 weeks asking me about bookings for next year. These are clients that I speak almost every year for them, and they're reaching out saying, hey, you know, what's the deal for virtual? What's your pricing? All that stuff. I'm in a situation right now with Blue Talks launching and a member site launching soon and all this stuff where I'm not as hungry right now to look for bookings. I'm kind of excited about what this time has allowed me to do. But at the same time, these clients that are reaching out to me, they're talking paid virtual events. So I just want to put it out there that these are happening. And what'll happen is the more this works itself out, meaning whether we go back to live or not in person at any scope in the next 6 months, will determine how many, I think, paid virtual events will exist. Because the longer it goes on, and I'm not wishing for it to go on longer, but the longer it goes on, I think the more chance you're going to have of organizations who were holding out hope they could do it live in person are going to say, well, we got to do virtual. And if we want the right speakers, we're going to have to pay some of them. So I think you're going to see more paid virtual opportunities. And even if it goes back to normal in 6 months to a year, whatever normal was and is, the one thing you're going to see is that I think you're going to see the virtual events be here to stay because people are going to realize they can save money on travel and all the other stuff. So you're going to see some people do all virtual probably that never did before. You're going to see some people do a mix of the two, and you're going to see some people just go back to live anyway. And maybe have a live stream component that they didn't before. But I think it's going to mix it up. But I do believe, Kelly, virtual is going to become a profitable thing. Like right now, I would say it's a bit far between because some events the speakers aren't getting paid, some they are. But I think it's going to become more uniform in the near future. That's what I think the future is going to look like.
Absolutely. And, you know, the other thing is like people like me who are, you know, like a solopreneur type of thing. One of my event planners was telling me, yeah, to put on a 100-person event, you're looking at spending $20,000. So someone like me is like, I don't want to take the risk of spending $20,000. So I'm going to go virtual where it costs me less than $100. And I'm going to put that extra $19,000 in my pocket.
Right.
Instead of, you know, onto other events and stuff like that. And the cool thing is it's eliminating travel. So we're not spending so much on travel and hotel and flights and all that. And I know for me, it's a lot less exhausting. I know how exhausted I was last October and November. I had 13 speaking gigs in 2 months. And I was like full out, couldn't take anything more on. And I was exhausted at the end of that. And I ended up being sick for the next 5 months because I was just so exhausted.
Yeah, I've been there. It's a lot of people say to me, you're so lucky to be able to speak so often and travel and get paid to travel and stuff like that. But I always say to people, until you live out of a suitcase for a month at one time, it's really tough to say that because it's not easy and it's not for the faint at heart. I've been doing this a long time. I mean, going on 20 years, and living out of a suitcase. I feel like certain people are built for it and certain people aren't. And I have been built for it, but even myself, I'm kind of this has kind of put me into a different perspective. And not that I'll never stop traveling to speak if it's possible to do so. But will I go to 30 bookings instead of 100 plus? And we heard Kevin Harrington say the same thing, right? I think he said last year he was on the road 200 and 60 days or something, and this year he was on the road 6. And I think I'm pretty sure he said that next year. I thought he said something along the lines of next year he'll aim for 20 to 30 versus like 200 and some.
Exactly. I totally get it. And I have teenagers at home, and so every time I was gone, I'd get sometimes that bad mom syndrome would stick in on me, right? And now you've got young ones too, Corey. So it's much easier for you to be home with the kids and help out, right? And not be traveling so much. So I get it.
Absolutely. It's interesting. We have the young children home, and they don't even know right now what it's like especially the 8-week-old. He doesn't even know the war's over. So he doesn't know anything yet. But the 3-year-old, for the first 3 years of his life, I was traveling a lot. Now, I did make it so that I could bring the family with me often so that it wasn't just like I'm traveling and away from the family. But the point is he knew that Daddy was away a lot. And now it's not the same. So now it's going to be tougher. That's the hard part. It's going to be tougher to both leave him and explain to him why Daddy has to leave when I'm traveling again, because now he's been spoiled for 8 months now that I've been home consistently. So it's going to be a bit different. So we'll see what happens. But, I'm obviously open to whatever that brings. And I really believe we heard people talk about yesterday, pivoting is so important right now.
Absolutely. Pivoting is definitely important. And I'm excited about when I get to pivot back onto the stage. I love it.
Absolutely. And speaking of pivoting, that's a good segue to bring our first guest on, Lori.
Hi, Lori.
Hi. How are you guys this morning?
Awesome. Great. Lori, how are you doing?
Awesome. Well, I am so excited to be here. Of course, running a few minutes late, but that's the story of an entrepreneur sometimes.
Absolutely. That's right. An entrepreneur's life. So Lori, having said that, I want to maximize your time. So if you're okay with it, are you okay with us just jumping right off and letting you dive right in?
Yeah, let's go. Ready to go.
I normally get you to do an intro or I do an intro, but you're going to be telling us about the work you do and who you are and all this stuff anyway. So I just want to give you as many minutes as possible. So we'll jump off. I'll come back on when we're close to time to maybe take some questions or let you know some comments or stuff like that. But we will jump off and let you jump to it because I want to start taking notes right away.
Yes, absolutely. You just guide the time, Corey, and tell me when time's up and we'll just use the time the best we can.
Sold, my friend.
Hi, good morning. I am in Pacific time zone. I know that there are several of you watching from all over the world. I am running just a few minutes late this morning, but so excited to be here with all of you. I have been asked to talk and teach about online summits this morning. So we are going to dive a little bit deeper into online summits and a little bit about media, because one of the things that I definitely notice as an international business coach is that there are many coaches and many experts out there that are not necessarily teaching how to integrate the world of online summits with media and how those two things very much go together and how you should be putting those two things together. So many of you know me as a business coach and a media expert, and today's topic, we're going to be diving a lot deeper into summits specifically. So for those of you who don't know, my name is Lori McNeil. I am an international business coach and media strategist. I do travel all over the world, but like many of us during 2020, I have also had to pivot many things within my business, and that being online summits. Online summits have always been an integral part of my business, but like many of us that got thrown into all kinds of changes around March, the early spring of 2020, I quickly had to move from traveling and speaking in online stages to doing more and more online summits than I ever expected to do in my business, to be perfectly honest. But it has been a blessing and it has been amazing. And I've learned so many things along the way, because there have also been some very cool opportunities that have popped up based on other people's creativity and the different types of summits that I have had the opportunity to participate with. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about that and a little bit about the media strategy behind that. So let's jump into a little bit of how I pivoted and how I made my switch. So for some of you, maybe you are still really nervous and you haven't spoken on any online stages or haven't done very many because you're still in that mindset of the traditional space. And it is very different, but there's so many different opportunities that present themselves with physical stages and with online stages. And so as a 23-year international educator prior to retiring and becoming an online entrepreneur, I actually had a lot of opportunities to teach in brick and mortar classrooms as well as online. So as a curriculum designer, I actually had a lot of experience with technology. I had a lot of experience teaching online. And so for me, that process may have been a little smoother than for some of you, but don't get discouraged because I'm going to be breaking it down into how to simplify it if the online space is still new to you or if you're still navigating a lot of the changes that have happened in 2020. So for me, I've basically used dozens of different platforms to teach on. And so whatever platform was being used by different summits, I definitely probably in most cases had the experience of already using that software or that particular platform. So one of the things that I have learned through all of this and through pivoting is that not to be afraid to try different things and to reach out to people in a different way. Because here's what I think a lot of people forget in times. They don't mean to, but when we're in kind of that fight or flight state, when we're in fear, when we're in panicking and we're trying to figure out how to pivot and the changes that need to happen, it's natural to become more self-focused than we might realize. So for a lot of people throughout this year, they've had, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? People are going to think this. People are going to assume this. And so it all becomes very self-focused when the reality is everyone is experiencing the changes. Everyone is having a lot of the same similar thoughts. So if you feel a little bit cheesy about reaching out to someone, what you might be missing is that person is in their own pivoting state. That person is in their own, maybe even panic state a little bit, trying to figure out what they need to do. So when you need more stages to speak on, you need to remember that other entrepreneurs need more speakers for their events. So this is a great opportunity for people to communicate, build relationships, reach out, be creative in all kinds of ways that maybe you never have before. Because one of the things that I've learned is that people are so open right now. This chaotic situation that we've all found ourselves in this year has created a world of possibility. So you need to remember that you're not the only one trying to figure things out. You are not going to be perceived as unprofessional or as cheesy because many people are thinking the same thing. Well, if I do this, what are they going to think? If I don't do this, what are they going to think? They're going to think that I'm not professional enough to handle, extra stress or extra chaos or all those things that can kind of come flooding into our minds when we don't even really realize how self-focused that those thoughts really are, rather than opening up the world of possibility into, other people are in that state of mind too. Other people are also trying to figure things out. So it presents, if you let it, an amazing opportunity to reach out to people in a different way or to connect with people that maybe wouldn't have been as open to those conversations, to that brainstorming session, to the possibilities because they are also pivoting and they are also trying to figure things out. So I want to really encourage everyone who's watching this, who is really trying to figure out how to get more online stages. First of all, you've got to have courage. You've got to have that faith over fear. And you've got to be willing to reach out to people that maybe you would have never reached out to, or maybe thought to reach out to, because they are also needing more collaborations, different connections. They're doing their business differently. They maybe have an online summit that they're wanting new speakers or more speakers, different speakers for. So there's all these different things that you have to really keep in your mind to put yourself in the right mindset to even reach out to those people. And it may sound simple, but I talk to people on a regular basis who are really struggling with this. They'll say, well, Lori, why would that person even give me the time of day? Or they're like, oh, that's crazy. I'll give them a suggestion of who to reach out to. Well, that's crazy. Why would they even answer me back? And the truth is that everyone has a similar situation right now. This whole crazy situation is kind of almost what's bonding us around the world, if you think about it that way. So how are we helping each other out? I have something that you need. You have something that I need. How do we work together and strengthen those efforts? So because of that, I see some very creative partnerships taking place. I see some very, very creative summits being built. Tons of different summits. I was on a summit about 3 months ago or so, where for the first time, it was the first time I had been on a global summit where there were different languages being interpreted live. And I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but I want to say maybe 15 or 17 different languages, if not more, where live interpreters from all over the world were actually participating around the clock on this special 5-day summit on a global scale. It was a huge, huge event. And that was a great experience, because I honestly would have never thought to do that. I was a speaker, I was a presenter, but I had never been on an online summit with live interpreters before. So that was an amazing opportunity that had presented itself in the time of COVID. So many of you need to think about the options that can present themselves. So because of that opportunity, then my wheels were spinning in a different way with my business. And I thought, how cool would it be to actually write a book and have it interpreted in different languages? So then I started beginning to think about, how can I take that amazing experience as a speaker in my little piece and actually take that information and learn from it and incorporate it into other areas of my business, or whether that's an online summit, or whether that's a book, or whether that's, what does that look like? So you also have to remember that these creative summits that are popping up are also allowing you to experience things in a different way, giving you more information, more tools, deeper experience to incorporate into your own business. And then that becomes the ripple effect. It's not just a one and done kind of a thing. Oh, that was a cool experience, and then you move along your way. It's really, how can you take everything about that summit and extrapolate the nuggets and the pieces to implement different pieces into you as a speaker, into your business systems, into your relationships, into all areas of your business and your life. And you should always be doing that with every opportunity anyway. But what I found is that many speakers, many entrepreneurs aren't doing that. They're getting wrapped up in the busyness of being busy, and they're not necessarily reflecting on each individual opportunity and how they can step into that greater version of themselves, with each and every day. So as a part of that, that's one way that I actually had my horizons broadened just through that particular summit. Now, for those of you who don't know, throughout this year, I speak on 15 to 17 summits a month. And that tends to surprise people. It is a lot more than most people participate with. But what I have found is that I am loving the experience of what each individual summit brings, because it's not what's in it for me. I'm always asking the question, what's in it for them? How can I offer value to your event, to your brand, to the overall mission of what's going on? When you get out of that mindset of what's in it for me, then you're not focused on your call to action or how much money that you're making from each individual one. Yes, that's part of business. Yes, you have to have a call to action. Yes, you have to have a system in place. Yes, you need to make money. But when you put yourself in the different mindset of how can this be a win-win? How can we collaborate? How can I just show up and offer value to your audience? Then you're not as focused on whether or not an event is worth it. So I hear this a lot. Well, I don't know. How many people do you think might be attending? How many people, if there's a split, what's the split, for the call to action? I hear this from speakers at all levels, whether you're a beginner or whether you're a high level speaker who's experienced. You have to evaluate the alignment. You have to evaluate your time management, but don't necessarily get so wrapped up in the dollars that you're only accepting the opportunities that result in quick cash, right? Because the ROI comes in so many different ways, It may be immediate. It may be a month from now. It may be 6 months from now. I mean, you name it. I had people reaching out to me throughout 2020 that have been following me and building a relationship with me for well over a year or two, reach out to me and say, oh my gosh, we need you. We're pivoting too. We're putting on our first online summit. We're in the middle of trying to figure things out. And we trust you, we know you, we like you, because we know that leads to a buyer into a relationship, those three things, that secret formula. People buy from people they like, know, and trust. So I was already on their radar. I'd never worked with them before in any way, but I already had built that relationship just through followership, that they knew that they wanted to reach out to me to represent their brand in their event. And that happened to me a couple months ago. So you never want to be just so focused on the dollar that you wonder, well, I don't know, I have to think about it, or how many people are on your following. I hear these kind of things. Those are important, but there's so much value in just showing up, because you never know who your next $25,000 client's going to be, $50,000 client's going to be. And for some of you, that it takes one. It takes one, right? Or it takes a couple, and boom, your business is just completely, launched overnight, kind of a thing. So I want to encourage you to keep those things in mind, but don't necessarily think of the ROI as the immediate cash that's going to come flooding into your accounts that day. So that's a mindset issue that I'm hearing a lot of people really, really struggle with, especially in times of crisis, especially in times of stress, when so many people have had to pivot. Lots of people are maybe brand new entrepreneurs, or they've lost their jobs, or whatever that might look like. A lot of people are super, super focused on, well, gosh, if I can't make a quick 100,000 from doing this event, it's not going to be worth my time. When really you're missing the boat on the whole strategy behind building your business. So these are a couple of cautionary points that I really want to point out to you, so that you can get in the right mindset before you even reach out to people. So let's now shift gears to, what does that look like? Well, I'm a firm believer in following and being aligned with the right people. Everything that I do, every decision, every single day happens to be around complete alignment with my mission and with what I'm doing, whether that's the relationship, the opportunity, whatever it is. That alignment is super, super important. So you are not doing what I call throwing spaghetti at the wall, just hoping that something will stick, and you're super excited that you get asked to be on these summits, or that you've been accepted to be on these summits that are just random. Okay, that I do not teach that. I do not believe in that. Some people say, oh yeah, just get everything you can, get every summit you can, get every media exposure you can, just do it all, you can. I don't teach that. I don't believe that. I believe that everything is about an alignment, because it's about the right opportunity, the right relationship in everything that you do, every decision needing to further your mission, further your vision, and being in complete alignment. And summits are no different from that. So as you reach out to someone, you need to already do your due diligence with the research and know who they are, what their summit is about, what their goals for their summit are, and maybe who some of the other speakers are, to make sure that everything possible can be in that alignment. And then you simply reach out to them if you happen to know that they might be needing speakers for their summit. So, and again, right now, the pitch process is a lot easier probably than it's ever been, because people are so open to making new connections and doing things differently and adding new types of speakers to the mix of their event. So to pitch someone who's doing the event is probably easier now than it's ever been, or that it will ever be. So just keep that in mind and have that faith over fear when you're reaching out to somebody. So sometimes it's simply just reaching out to someone. Sometimes there is an actual application process that you have to go through, and you want to make sure that you are as succinct and to the point and thorough as you can, and provide as much information as possible in that application process. So sometimes there's an application process. Sometimes someone will post on, social media, hey, I'm looking for speakers. What do you speak about? Throw your name in the hat. Go ahead and make that post and say, this is who I am. This is what I do. And this is who I serve. Remember, you need to be very clear about who you are, who you serve, the results that you get. So when you respond to a social media post, your response to their call for speakers should include those three things. It shouldn't be any different, right? So if someone's asking you, or if you're making an official pitch or your elevator speech or whatever that is, when you respond to a social media post or to an email, you should keep the formula of those three things in mind in your communication and in your response. And it sounds so simple, but I'm seeing that people aren't doing that. They're saying, this is who I am, and I can speak about this or this or this or this. And they give this long laundry list because they're trying to be all things to all people. And you're not trying to be all things to all people. You're staying in alignment with who you are, who you serve, the results that you get, and your bigger vision of why you're doing what you're doing. So this is where people get really out of alignment and exhausted and stressed, because they're trying to do so many topics, and they're trying to offer so many coaching programs or so many different calls to action or whatever that looks like. And then they're wondering why they're not reaching the goals that they want to reach or that they think that they're reaching. And so that alignment is super, super important in all aspects of communication. So then you can also do the reverse of that. This is very simple. This is something that I talk about on my coaching calls all the time with people that are trying to get more summits. You literally can make your own post saying, hey, I have a goal of speaking on 10 virtual stages by the end of 2020, or whatever that goal is for you. And you make a social media post. And people have so much fear over doing this because they think it seems unprofessional. I'm here to tell you it's not. And if there ever was a time that it's not, it's right now in 2020. Okay. So I want you guys to really understand the opportunity that has already presented itself this year. So it's very simple to make a post saying, this is who I am. These are my goals. This is who I serve. Okay. In your post, you're already telling people, I have a goal of speaking on 10 virtual summits by the end of 2020. If you are planning on putting together a summit or any kind of a workshop or any kind of an event, because most people are doing things virtually right now, whether it's a summit or some kind of another virtual event, I would love to connect with you. I would love, please reach out to me, or post your email, or whatever your own call to action might be with your post. It's very simple, and it doesn't matter if you only get 5 responses. That's 5 new connections. That's 5 new possibilities in virtual opportunities. Okay, so don't get focused on the numbers. Okay, this is another opportunity for you to really think about your mindset and not getting focused on the numbers of how many people are responding. Okay, it's about the right alignment. So when you've positioned yourself correctly in your post that you make, then you're saying who you are, who you serve, your goals, the results that you get. The people that feel that alignment with you are going to be the ones that respond. Okay, so it's about being in the right alignment with the right people, not having 50 people respond that aren't in the right alignment, that are just randomly reaching out to people, trying to fill their calendars. Okay, it's all about connecting with the right people. You can certainly build business relationships with people that are outside of your niche or outside of your vision, because you never know the connections and the opportunities, and just supporting each other. I have people that I connect with all over the world on tons of different platforms. It doesn't necessarily mean that I am going to work directly with them, may or may not, because you never know. But just to support each other and follow each other and connect on social media is not a bad thing. Just that the alignment of certain opportunities happen with certain people, and that are more in alignment with what you're doing. So you're not throwing spaghetti at the wall. You're being very strategic. You're being very selective in a good way. So don't think of it as you're saying no to certain opportunities or certain people. Think of it, flip that switch in your brain that says you're saying yes to your vision. You're saying yes to your deeper why that gets you closer to the results with your target market and with your target audience. Okay. So this is why if you are speaking on an event, don't get focused on how many people are watching it, because it's all about the right people. If you are hosting your own event, then don't necessarily get so focused on the numbers. Yes, you want it to reach as many people as possible, but really at the end of the day, it boils down to the right connections, the right clients, the right partnerships that are actually going to launch you much, much faster than you realize. So numbers are important. Numbers are important to track, but it's not always the high numbers that are going to result in the right clients or the dollars that you think that it's going to. Okay, so there's a huge, huge mindset piece around the strategy with this. I can tell you that in all of my years of teaching and speaking, I've been doing things very, very differently in 2020. And I actually applied for an event that I spoke on a couple of months ago. First time I'd ever filled out an application to speak on a summit. Most people are reaching out to me because I've built my brand as a speaker to a high enough level that I very rarely pitch myself. I very rarely fill out applications. But I do know that there are different processes for different types of events. And it was a very good experience for me to reach out to different people, different audience, different opportunity. And I decided as a growth opportunity for me that I was actually going to go through someone's application process and fill out the application, because I wanted to experience what other people were experiencing in that process. And I wanted to learn from that system and that communication as much as the speaking opportunity on the stage. So that was an opportunity that I did strategically to position myself in a different way, to learn from the process and to learn from the system. My application was accepted. I spoke on the event, resulted in amazing relationships, amazing opportunities, great clients that came out of that. And it was a very positive experience. But what it also did, when I was allowing myself to participate in an application process like that, is that my wheels began to spin with my own systems and processes with hosting my own events. What did I like about it? What did I not like about it? What was different? What was really cool? Because one thing that as a creative developer and speaker is that I am always trying to be better. I am always trying to do things differently. I am always trying to keep myself on the cutting edge of every aspect of what goes on, not just as a speaker. So you have to really, really pay attention to who you're connecting to, the alignment, the mindset, not be afraid to reach out to people, not be afraid to let people know your goals so that they can also align with you and you can work in partnership with them. And then the other piece of this that's so important is the repurposing of the media. So it's absolutely important that you support the platform's brand, that you represent them, that you tag them, that you give them shouts out, that you do everything you can to support that event and to support that brand and to support that host or hostess and the people that are involved in that event. And it's not just a one and done thing. It's not just, hey guys, I'm super excited, this is the event I'm on. No, you support them through your email, you support them in Facebook Lives, you support them with photos, you support them, for many days prior, many days after, whatever that looks like, that is what's in it for them, right? You're adding value to them, to their brand, to their event, because it's not about you. Because when you give and when you serve, the ROI comes back to you. And that's what many of you need to remember when it comes to really integrating that repurposing content and that media strategy content, because part of that ROI is building your brand, building your demand, and you will also then get to the point where more and more people are reaching out to you and you're not filling out applications and you're not pitching yourself. So if your goal is to speak on 15 to 17 summits a month like I do, you have to take a look at all of the different layers, all of the different ripple effect of how you are handling each opportunity and capitalize on it fully. If that person wants you to do a promo video or to add anything extra or to step in at the last minute or to do whatever, you serve. You stay focused on serving and not necessarily what's in it for me. Okay, you're asking the question, what's in it for them? Because the value will come back to you. I promise. If you're focused on them, if you're focused on the opportunity, if you're focused on serving and the value every step of the way, and you're in the right mindset when you're building that relationship, you will actually build your brand so much faster than you think. And my clients right now that I'm coaching through this process have had more virtual stages, or more stages overall, virtual or physical, than they have ever had in their business, because they're handling their scheduling correctly, they're handling their communication and relationship building correctly, and they're handling the repurpose of the media opportunities that come from creating the content from each individual opportunity, and they're using those on building blocks. And they are speaking on huge stages all over the world by paying more attention to what they're doing in their strategy and not throwing spaghetti at the wall, just getting on any summit that will allow them to be a part of that. It's all about the alignment. It's all about the alignment. So do not reach out to people that are not in alignment with what you're doing. Don't accept opportunities that are not in alignment with what you're doing. The alignment is so much richer and so much stronger. Don't operate from a mindset of scarcity with this, because you will not get to where you want to go. You will get to where you want to go much, much faster when you are in complete alignment with what you're doing and you're paying attention to your overall strategy with each individual opportunity.
Awesome. Well, Lori, thank you so much. I'm going to bring Kelly back on. Kelly, I think you're muted. I'll just give you a heads up. And Lori, so fantastic job. Amazing. I have to call it a to be continued, because I think we're going to have to bring you on my podcast and continue this conversation too, because I think it's so important and so timely right now. I know we have our next guest getting ready to come up, but I wanted to ask you one quick thing. And I'll add, when you said about, it's funny, I was writing a note here and I said, before you said it, so this is kind of, maybe it's a synchronicity, I said, why not? And as you're saying stuff, I said, why don't I just post on Facebook? I'm looking to do summits. And then I'm writing it down. And then you said, don't be scared to post on social media. And I'm like, wow, she put it in my head. But the other thing, and because I did go through that in my head going, should I do that? Is it wrong to do that? Is it right to do that? As you were saying about it. And this is the one time that if there ever was a time it was right, now's the time. But the one thing I wanted to ask you about was when you said, and you picked up clients from this event, picked up clients for that event. What does that look like in your world? In other words, when you're picking up a client, is that a one-on-one coaching client that you're picking up when you do these talks? Is it because you posted something or said something at the event that made them want to reach out to you? I'm just curious what the process looks like from the time they see you at the virtual event till they make a decision, say, I want to hire this lady.
Right. So I have many different calls to action. And so depending on the call to action determines literally the system or the funnel that they go through, depending on that call to action. So, I say that because some people maybe only have one, or especially if you're newer. But some of the people that have been doing it for a while, like me, have many different ones that they use at different times. So I have different automated systems. So my call to action might be one of my automated courses. My call to action might be my book. My call to action might be reach out to me, or it might be if you're interested, in high-level VIP coaching. It might be a program specific. So it might be for media specific. It might be for business strategy. It might be. So depending on what my call to action is, because I'm a firm believer that you use one. It's just like I was talking about in the social media posts where people are saying, oh, I can talk about this and do this and talk about, no, you don't want to do that. So just like when you're on a summit, you have one place that you send people, you have one call to action. You don't say, oh, I can do this and I can do this. And if you're interested in this, no, because a confused mind never buys. And you can't build a relationship with people that take them through the process they need to go through if they don't like, know, and trust you. You can't get to the level of trust and credibility if they're confused. So that's why I'm a firm believer that you have very, very specific forms of communication that are around one thing and one call to action. So depending on that, if it's a live event, I might say, hey, send me a message right now, or here's the link to go to sign up for something right now. And then I take them through the process of building that relationship with them that finds out a little bit more about who they are and what their goals are. And because this is what I do know, people think that they need one thing. And after I talk to them, they actually realize that what they need to get to where they want to go is sometimes vastly different than what they thought. So sometimes people reach out to me for media help, and it might be a little bit of media help, but it might be a lot of business strategy that really helps them. And it's not just about the media spot. I need to help level them up and bring them to a point to really capitalize on that media spot, right? So sometimes the call to action is just, let's have a conversation so I can help you figure out and really, pinpoint what it is that your business needs in order to get to that next level. So sometimes it's an immediate purchase, and sometimes it's reach out to me and let's have a conversation. It all just depends. But from every single event, I have clients that come from every single time that I speak, to be perfectly honest. It doesn't matter what it is. They could be buying my book. They could be doing one-on-one. They could be instantly buying my course, whatever it is. But I definitely have reached a point in my business that I feel very blessed that I have paying clients for every single time. So, but you will get there too when you are in complete alignment, are very specific, and have a clear call to action and whatever that looks like. And so a lot of people think that if they offer all these things, that they're going to appeal to all kinds of people. No, a confused mind never buys.
Well, and I just added that into the comments because it's so true. And I want to remind people, and I want to stay there even after you've gone on with your day. But Lori, this has been an absolute pleasure. I knew it would be, and we'll call it, as I said, a to be continued probably onto my podcast, and then probably to be continued on a future virtual event. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm sure Kelly enjoyed every bit of it too. And I'm sure you guys will connect off air as well. And I'm sure others will reach out to Lori and connect. So Lori, I thank you so much. I honor you. I appreciate you. And you're truly a part of the Blue Talks community all the way through. So keep on doing the great work that you're doing. And we will circle back in the near future.
Thank you so much for having me.
One quick question, Lori. How can people reach out to you? Because there's one thing we didn't cover. How can people reach out to you?
Yes, absolutely. So I want to offer my free media guide that actually talks about the top media mistakes that entrepreneurs make. So if you go to mediasecrets.net, you can put in your email and have that guide emailed to you immediately. And then that puts you on my email list forever, just to be honest. So if you're wanting to connect with me and learn more about me and get into my network, that's the easiest way to do it. Go to mediasecrets.net and grab that free guide.
Awesome, Lori. I put it in the comments, and we'll wave the flag for all the great work you're doing. Thank you so much. I so appreciate you as always.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too, Lori. Thank you. Awesome stuff. Amazing. So fantastic to have Lori here. I know, as she mentioned, it was a challenge because she was racing to get to Wi-Fi, and she's on the road traveling, I think, for a talk right now. So it was great to have her here, and I'm glad she made it. Having said that, I don't want to steal any thunder from our next guest, but I also want to give him every minute I can. So I'm going to bring him right on here because, Kelly, I know you've been following his stuff like me for a long time. So Benji, Bruce, it's so exciting to have you here. Benji, both Kelly and I have been following along on your messages, emails, and videos forever, it seems like. So welcome aboard, Benji.
Cool. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. So Benji, I'm going to jump right in because I want to maximize your time. First of all, I have to say this, and it's partly a question as well. Your brand is so dialed in. I mean, when I think of Benji, I think the color purple. First of all, I actually think of your background that you have right now, that window, because you have that in your videos often. But I also think of Benji being the guy I know that has the best videos and the best photos ever. So my question, Benji, right off the top, and we'll have him to speak because I know that's where you spend most of your time. But how important is it to have a brand that's consistent, and then also at the same time, how important is it that those photos look high-end, high quality like yours always seem to?
Well, I always tell everybody, like, especially when it comes to speaking, I learned this a long time ago. If you want to charge $10,000, you have to look like a $10,000 speaker. So that's what allowed me to focus on building a brand in terms of, I looked at all the guys who were charging a ton of money and I said, okay, these guys just look like pros. They just look like money. So that's kind of what allowed me to focus on the brand and everything. So yeah, I think branding is important in general because it's a long-term play. And I mean, the purple, that honestly, that happened by accident, really. So it was like in the beginning, for those who don't know, I used to be like an illusionist, mentalist. So in the beginning, I was doing that. My colors were blue, but everybody was using blue. So I was like, okay, let me switch to gold. But back in the day, gold looked more like orange or yellow online. So then I switched to purple because, all right, purple, like not too many guys were wearing purple, especially back then. And so it also had the royalty type of thing. So I started wearing purple, but I didn't wear it all the time until I started creating videos. When I started creating videos, I was making so many videos, I was wearing purple all the time. So I just said, you know what, forget it. Let me just wear purple every day. And that's kind of how it went with the purple. But the whole branding thing, it really just kind of shows people, well, branding is all about, people are always judging you. People always judge a book by its cover. No matter how people say like, oh, you shouldn't do it, everybody does it. So branding simply says like, okay, you're judging me. Here's what this brand says. And so that's why I think is important.
So, and Kelly, I will let you jump in here, but I wanted to ask you one other thing too, Benji, in terms of the work that you do. And I think it's a good segue from our last guest, but what does 2020 look like for Benji? Because obviously you were doing a lot of paid speaking engagements in person. And so has that pivoted? What's that look like? I mean, obviously this is a different year for everybody. So what does that look like for you?
Yeah. Well, so in the beginning, I was just doing, first I was doing entertainment gigs, then it was speaking gigs. Now I'm like purely training. So like now when I contact the companies, I'm not contacting them to ask if they want to pay me $10,000 to do a speech. I contact them to see if they want to pay a gank load of money for this online program. And then on top of that, if they want me to do a lot of like webinars, like I've actually done actual speeches in a while because I realize I don't need to. So it's like, I sell them on the same process that I used over time. So the process that I use as an entertainer, I use the same process to get booked as an entertainer as I did a speaker, same process to get booked as a speaker as I get the training stuff. So it's all the same thing. I'm just selling something different. And so, yeah, right now it's all about the training stuff at this point.
That makes sense completely. And yeah, I'm curious to see how everybody's pivoting. So I figured
actually real quick, Corey. So let me also tell people why I did all that as well. So from the entertainer standpoint, here's what I did. So when I was looking at it from all these illusionists and everybody, I looked at all the top guys in the industry. I said, okay, where are they? What are they doing? The top guys like David Blaine, David Copperfield, and those kind of guys. I said, okay, I don't want a Vegas show. I'm not trying to do all that. And I looked at all the corporate guys, and I looked at where they were at when they were like 60, 70 years old. And I said, okay, I don't really want to be there when I'm that old. So then, when I'm that age. And then that's when I essentially switched to speaking because I was looking at the entertainers and I realized, they're not really where I want to be. The same happened with speakers. I looked at all the older guys that everyone would know. I don't want to name names, but pretty much everybody, like back in the Tony Robbins days, the only one who's still relevant nowadays is Tony Robbins. Everybody else fell off the map. The new upcomers like Gary Vaynerchuk, Grant Cardone, those are the up-and-comers compared to like all the other guys who were back in the day. And when you think about it, the guys back in the day, they should have just completely dominated today's age, like completely dominated the same way Tony Robbins did, but they didn't. They all just fell off. So I looked at them and I said, okay, these guys are just speaking. Like that's all they're doing. And then I looked at someone like Tony Robbins. I said, well, this guy, he's not even really getting paid to speak. He's doing all these events and doing all this training stuff. And that's where he makes all his money. And so that's when I have essentially switched. So that's why I did that.
Well, and to that point, Benji, and then I want to let Kelly jump in here, but to that point of what you just said, it's the one thing that's important to note there for you is that you did put in the hours, you did put in the times. I mean, because when somebody hears that, they might think, well, did Benji just speak for 6 months and then switch over to training? Well, yeah, I mean, I heard you talking about the phone calls, the emails, all the grind you put in. And then even going from that guy that was scared to ask for this amount of money to then asking for $25,000 for a talk. And so I want people to understand when you're training people now, whether it's the audience and a corporate audience or whether it's another speaker, you put in your time as well. It's not just a coincidence.
It's almost like how Kobe Bryant retired, Michael Jordan retired. That's kind of what I did. It's more like I'm just moving on to bigger, better things type of thing. Because back in the day, so I've never had a job. This is all I've ever done for a living in terms of the speaking, the performing and all that is all I've ever done. So like when I was 10, I was performing. When I was 13, I started making money at it. And then it was just, that's all she wrote. And like literally all I did all day, every day was send cold emails. That's all I did. I woke up, just ate, did my thing, boom, throughout the entire day, just sent emails. The only other thing I did was like go to the gym. And even back then, I didn't go to the gym as often as I do now, but still, like that's all I did all day, every day. So I was getting hired by Aflac, AAA, Remax, Best Buy, Intel, like everybody, and charging 10 to 30,000 for the gigs. It got to a point where it was so easy to get the gigs. The only challenge for me was, how do I charge more? And like, it was getting kind of boring for me at that point. That's when I like doing the training stuff as well. But yeah, I always stress to people like the work ethic involved is ridiculous, like ridiculous.
So Kelly, that's a good segue because I know Kelly, and I'll let you introduce yourself as well, but you've been in the speaking trenches for a number of years as well. So you know when Benji said there's work involved, especially to sustain and be able to survive and stay in the speaking business and not fall off. It's a tough go. So Kelly, I'll let you introduce yourself to Benji, but I also want to give you an opportunity to ask questions that you might have as well.
Sure, sounds good. Hey, Benji. So I'm a burn survivor and I got burnt when I was 2 years old. So I have this whole overcoming story. And so, you know, one of the things that a lot of people come to me about is, you know, they say they want to be a speaker and they're like, okay, so how do I start? And so I have, you know, my methods that I share with people, but, you know, I think that's the big message that, you know, a lot of people want to hear from you today is, okay, so yeah, I decided I wanted to be a speaker. How do I start getting speaking gigs?
Okay, so you got to reverse engineer everything. So first you start with deciding like what type of speaker do you want to be? And when I say that, you have to think in terms of what are people going to type into Google. So what a lot of speakers seem to do is, especially newbie speakers, they come up with all these weird names about how to describe themselves. I'm the change the world kind of speaker. And I'm like, nobody types that crap into Google. It's more like they type in leadership speaker, sales speaker, motivational speaker, inspirational speaker. So you have to pick one of those. And so I tell people like, go to a speaker bureau's website, look at the list that they have of speakers in terms of the description, like they say motivational speaker, inspirational speaker, look at that. And then you have to pick one of those. Once you pick one, the next step is you build out the website. So now you got to get a really good website. I always recommend the Div theme, a WordPress theme. It's really cool, really easy to use. So you build the website, and what you have to do with the website, you want to build it. This is where the branding comes into play, where you have to look like a $10,000 speaker if you want to charge $10,000. But in the beginning, the problem is you don't have video footage, you don't have photos, none of that. So you got to get creative with it. Like in the beginning with your website, what you do is you create a video. So you hire someone for $500, hire a videographer, and you create a video like telling your story. It's like an about me story. Looks professional as hell to where there's like B-roll and all kinds of stuff. It looks really good. All that. So it's like this about me story. You use that as your main video footage. You create a one-page website. Your one-page website is say motivational speaker on the top. it'll have the video there, and have maybe like a quick about me type of thing. And then it'll have something about like the events in terms of whether you're funny or whatever. And you have to figure out your positioning. Like, are you the funny type of speaker? Like what is it? So you want to think in terms of, a lot of speakers, they go to the topics. They're like, here's what my topic is. A topic, like, no one really cares about the topic. People don't really hire speakers based on the topic. They hire a speaker based on how like engaging they are and things like that. So you have to focus on that when you're writing all that stuff on your website. Like, oh, it's really engaging, it's a funny presentation, that sort of stuff. So you put all that on the website. After you have the website, now what you do, and this is where I always decide how technical I want to get with this advice. Because if it gets too technical, people kind of tune out. Once you have the website, you need to buy a CRM. If you don't know what a CRM is, just look it up. But it basically, it helps you keep track of your entire business. So you get a CRM. It doesn't matter which CRM you get. All CRMs are just like cell phones. It doesn't matter whether you have an iPhone, Android, it doesn't matter. They all basically do the same thing. So you just get a CRM. You set up your CRM to where it has this pipeline, to where a pipeline is just like how everyone says sales funnel and all that. A pipeline is the same thing, except pipeline is like an older term. But a pipeline, all it is a steps that you walk a lead through in order to get the gig. So the pipeline is set up as incoming, questions, quote, contract, and closed. So what you're doing is you have your website up. Whenever you're going to contact events, eventually you're going to start contacting events, but you build out your pipeline first. Incoming, questions, quote, contract, closed. So whenever, let's say you contact an event and they say, well, what do you charge? Boom, you throw them immediately into the incoming stage. You already know what your next step is because your pipeline is telling you what to do. It's incoming, questions, quote, contract, close. So you know, okay, incoming lead, you're now going to start asking questions about the event. So it's like, hey, how many people are going to be there? Where is it at? Blah, blah, blah. Who did you hire last year? So you now ask questions about that. They're going to reply. Then you quote them a price. Hey, it's going to be X amount. After you do that, you send the contract, then boom, it's closed. So you set that process up. So first you set up your systems. After you do that, you get to work. At that point, you're now going to start cold emailing. And you can cold call, but I always tell people cold email because it's more efficient and all that stuff, especially nowadays. Nobody answers their phone anymore just because of all the spam calls. But what you do is you want to buy another software, like something called Yesware or Mailshake. And this software is meant for outreach. Like, it's meant for reaching out to people. And when you're doing emails and stuff, you don't want to confuse this software with an inbound marketing software like Aweber, MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, and all the newsletter softwares. They're very different. You don't want to use an inbound software like Aweber for outbound. So you want to use something like Yesware or Mailshake. So what this is going to do is going to help you get really, really effective in terms of how you're reaching out to people. So you're going to find these events using Google. Just go to Google or sit down and for, 30 minutes, an hour, type into a document in terms of like some keywords that you can use to search on Google for events like award banquet, gala, sales events, like stuff like that. You just sit down, create a document of all these keywords that you can think of that's around your industry. Like, let's say leadership, and I'm sitting here thinking leadership conference and all that. So that's kind of what you're doing. You just create a document of all of these keywords. You then type in one of those keywords into Google. That's how you're going to find all these events, like millions and millions of events. After you see an event, so you type it in, let's say I type in award banquet, whatever's going to pop up, I'm going to click on that link. And then I don't care what this event is. Like, I'm not going to disqualify them in any way. I'm literally going to copy the website, paste the website into the CRM. I'm going to take the name as well. So whatever the name, either the name of the event or the name of the person, if there's a name of a person there. But I take a name, I put the name in there, and then I take an email and I put the email in there. I don't care what the email is. I'm not looking for a specific person at this point. All I'm doing is building up a list of leads, a list of events. So I just go in, I just look for an email. And you can use tools like Email Hunter. Email Hunter, what it does is a Google Chrome extension where when you go to a website, if you normally got to click on contact or you got to search for an email, but Email Hunter just automatically finds it. So you don't have to search anywhere on the website. You just click on Email Hunter, boom, there's the website. There's the email. So you just copy that email, put it into CRM, save that as a lead, move on to the next one. So now that I found this award banquet, I'm going back into Google, go back. I go to the second page, whatever that second result is, boom. I click on that one. I do the same thing. Website, the website, the name, the email, boom, back to the next one. And you're doing that. So let's say for 90 minutes, you just build up this huge list for 90 minutes. After 90 minutes, you're now going to contact each and every one of those. This is where the Yesware thing comes into play. So you're going to import all that into something like Yesware, and then you're going to send out like your first email to reach out to them. It'll basically send out an email to all of them, except it'll have their name in it. It'll say like, hey, Corey, like, so it'd be something like that. Like, hey, Kelly, and it'll say, hey, Kelly, blah, blah, blah. What I tell people with the emails is your first email can be a template. The other emails, even though you should have templates are guides for you. Like, you don't want to copy and paste an email. The only copy and paste email that you should really use is the first email that I tell people to use, which is basically, hi, so-and-so, hi, Corey. I was wondering who's in charge of hiring the main keynote speakers for your event. That's all you do in the beginning. Hi, Corey. I was wondering who's in charge of the main speaker, the main keynote speaker for your event. And every word in there is created in a specific way for a reason. Like when I say, hi, Corey, I was wondering who's in charge of hiring the main keynote speaker. So I say hiring for one, because it implies they're going to pay me. So it's not just, hey, who's in charge of bringing in the speakers? It's like, who's in charge of hiring the speakers? Because it's like, hey, you're going to have to pay. Then there's who hires the main keynote, because I'm not trying to be one of their speakers that's often like in a little room speaking to 20 people. I'm going to be the main guy. Like if I'm not the main guy, I'm not showing up. So it's one of those where I say who hires the main keynote, and then that's it. At this point, you're going to wait for a response. If they don't respond, you follow up and all that sort of stuff. But kind of getting a little too detailed at this point. But basically, all you're doing is you set up the website, number one. After you set up the website, you set up your systems, your CRM system with the pipeline and everything. After you have that set up, it's just a matter of you reaching out nonstop. And then when you're reaching out, you have to remember everything is a skill. And so you can do the right things, but you have to do those things right. So just because you reach out, there isn't a single person that I've seen who's reached out to events that actually does it right at first. It's like learning any skill. If you start basketball, boxing, tennis, poker, whatever, you're not going to do it right. No matter how good you are, no matter how smart you are, you will not do it right in the beginning. And so you have to see it as a skill, as something that you're going to get better at over time, the more you do it. And so that's kind of the process, like the overall process of what it is you're doing.
Wow. So Benji, you said I might be going deep here, but one of the first comments I saw after you started sharing that was, I love these practical steps. So, and that's what I probably what resonated with me with your work and your videos, is that you don't just say, buy this and I'll help you, or hey, I'm glad you joined me today. Sign up for this if you want to learn how I do this. I mean, you reveal real deal, practical, full value steps and the whole process. And then, you know, I feel like still people go, well, that sounds awesome, but I'd rather have Benji's help doing it. But I mean, I love that you reveal the whole thing. You're not sugarcoating it. You're not leaving anything out. And one thing that I wanted to jump on there is, this is the thing I run into as well. I've been paid speaker 20 years. I have when I first started, I was using the black journal books, like these black journals, and I had probably about 40 of them full of me, like, because it was before I was using the CRM or anything. It's like me putting a person's name down and then writing beside it when I'd follow up and what they said and their email address and all this stuff. And I did that for years. And then once it started getting easier, people were coming to me going, hey, I want to learn how you get paid to speak. And then I would say, okay, well, and I go through some of what you said, like, well, I either get on the phone or I email. And I agree with you, email is way more efficient. I found my closing ratio was slightly better on the phone, but the question you have to ask is, you know, how many people can you reach on the phone? And so I would tell them all this stuff, and they're like, yeah, but what's the easier secret? What's the way I can do this, like, you know, in next week and have 5 bookings and not have to do anything? And I find that, or tell me about a speakers bureau I can go to who will do all the work for me. And so I love that you're honest about the fact that this is like anything else. This is like a business. You have to actually put in the effort and the sweat and the time. So
Yeah.
anyway, I just want to thank you for that, because most people would say,
also, I want to point out, so there is a reason why I do it too, because I know that when I go into detail, most people aren't going to do it. Like 99.9% of people aren't going to do it in any way because of how detailed it is. I remember one of the first people who bought my program. She bought it, saw how much work was required, and she was like, oh, nope. Like instantly, she's like, nope. And to me, I just think like people who are going to succeed, they will succeed with or without me. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take them. And so it's like someone who has that level of ambition, that level of drive, they're going to figure out a way no matter what. Like whether they're mentored or not, they're going to figure out a way. The only difference is it going to take them 10 years or 1 year? Like that's the only difference. And so that's why like I don't mind going into detail, because I just know that most people aren't going to do it anyways.
So true. Well, and I remember this National Speakers Association audio CD I had listening to at one time, driving in my car way back in the day. And I remember this couple, this husband and wife, and they talked like so abstract, like if you build it and do the right marketing, you'll never look for a booking again. And honestly, that was like my first 2 years. That threw me off for like 3 months. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? I'm getting bookings, but it's taking work. These guys are saying no work's involved. And I really beat myself up until I started getting around other speakers. Again, guys, I was still really new. I was getting around other speakers and saying, you know, what are you guys doing to build it so they come? And they're like, what are you talking about? Dude, you got to pick up the phone. You got to send an email. It takes work. And honestly, for 3 months, I was just like, what am I doing wrong? Beating myself up. And yet I was having more success than a lot of other people who weren't getting paid at all. But to your point, there's a lot of work. And so even now, like 20 years in, I look back, you know, like if I had known what I was getting into, would I have done the work? I probably would have, because it's in my nature. But I still kind of would maybe pause for a second, because I came into it thought same thing. I thought, well, I was in sales and corporate sales, selling photocopiers door to door, and trust me, that's not easy. And so I said, well, I built all this clientele up. They're just going to hire me as a speaker. I'm just going to build it, and they'll come, and I'll never look for a client again. And it didn't work that way. So it could have been easy for me to quit. But I think it's important people recognize, as you said, if you're coming into this and you're going to make it work, you're going to have some work involved. And if you don't, the industry itself will weed you out.
I think a lot of people are also in a position where they're too comfortable, and that's why they don't work, because it's kind of like there's no consequences if they don't do the work. Whereas for me, there was all the consequences in the world, because like I said, I didn't have a job to fall back on. I either made money or I was broke, homeless. So it was either one for me. And at the time I was kind of comfortable. So like when I was 10, I started performing. When I was 13, I started making money, but I was making money doing restaurant magic. So I would perform in restaurants, and I did that like all the way up to college. Like I was making a good amount doing that. Did all the way up to college. And then all the restaurants that I was performing at, like in 1 week, they all let me go. Like, I don't know why. It was just like one after the other, and they weren't connected in any way. It was like, oh, sorry, Benji, we don't have the budget, but if you want to like keep coming, you can do the tips, but we just can't pay you. And I'm like, nah, okay, I'm good. And so like all these restaurants, they let me go, and it forced me to say to myself, okay, I can go and get other restaurants, or I can go all in on this corporate thing and like really get the gigs. And I was forced to do it. Whereas most people, they're not forced to do it. And because of that, they're too comfortable, and that's why they don't do it. And that's why most people, like, they've been following my newsletter for a while, and I've been talking about get a CRM. Most people haven't even bought a CRM, like let alone actually used it, because they're not in a position where it's required. Like they're not forced to do it. Whereas for me, I was forced to do it, either that or I was homeless.
Well, and going back to where I started with as far as 2020 and what it looks like, because you still are coaching and working with other people and speakers. And so correct me if I'm wrong. I remember, do you live in Vegas? Yeah.
Okay. This is the stratosphere behind me.
Yeah. So I was pretty sure that you lived in Vegas. And so I'm curious, what does it look like now for speakers? Like, even though you've kind of went in a different direction and pivoted and said, this is the direction I'm going, are there live events happening on a regular basis? Are people now solely relying on virtual events, either in that area or nearby, or clients you're working with? I'm just curious what it looks like for others.
So I don't talk with other speakers. The only speakers I talk to are the speakers like in my program. And so, yeah, like I stopped talking with other entertainers, speakers and all that. There's a reason behind it, but I don't really know what's going on, because to me, it doesn't really matter what's going on in their world, because I don't want their world to bring my world down. So like when the whole COVID thing happened, everybody's like, oh my goodness, let me start doing some online. Oh my goodness. Everyone's freaking out. And I'm like, look, guys, this is the moment where you have to contact more. Like you start contacting more people. And so it's like their reality. I don't want their reality to become my reality. So if they're saying that there aren't events going on and, oh, they can't make money, I'm like, well, no, you can't make money. I can. And so I don't talk with speakers and all that for that specific reason. The guys like inside of my program, there are a few who would like still contact them, and they were getting the virtual events and everything. Of course, there's people who like still don't do the work. But honestly, I don't talk with other speakers, other entertainers, because the other reason is that whole thing of like, what was it? Like you'll be like the 5 people that you hang around the most or something like that. But basically, what I learned is that speakers, entertainers, a lot of them lie. A lot of them lie about where they are in their career and all sort of stuff. And so they act bigger than what they are. And I realized, like, let me start hanging around people who are like actual multimillionaires and all that. And let me start seeing how they think. And that's what I started doing. And I started like seeing the way they think, how they talk about just taxes and like asset protection, all that sort of stuff. So I started doing that. And that's why I stopped hanging around speakers, and just because I want to protect what's going on up here.
Well, I love that. I mean, you're truly saying I need to make sure that I'm not surrounding myself with anything toxic. And from a mindset perspective, that's everything. And, before I'll hand it over to you, Kelly, here in a second, but I have to say something you said there. I did my Blue Talk actually on this, was about the idea of living the filtered life. The person that's sitting in front of a mansion filming a video, but what you don't see is when the video goes off and the guy comes out of the mansion and says, "Get off my lawn."
Yeah,
we don't see the other side. And I do struggle with that, where even with me, people coming to me, it took years for people to come to me and say, can you tell me how you're getting paid to speak? And these were people that were on the same bill with me. And they were, I thought they were getting paid. And the only reason they knew I was because I was thanking the clients and saying, so humble to get paid to do what I love. And so when they started seeing me do that a lot, eventually some would come to me. But for 2 or 3 years, there were, and I'm not going to name a person, but there were certain people that were acting like they were making 7 figures speaking. And then they come to me saying, look, I've been doing this for 3 years and I can't get paid. I sell a few things from either in the back of the room or I sell a retreat or what have you, sell a few seats, but I'm not getting paid. But to your point, everybody online was thinking that they were making 7 figures speaking. And they would even apply it, grab my free pamphlet for how to make 7 figures speaking. And then they're coming to me saying, how do I get paid to speak? So I totally get it. I 100% understand that. And I think that is been a challenge with the speaking industry. And in a lot of ways, the online industry as a whole, because people believe, I think, to be an expert, I have to claim I'm doing this, whether I am or not. When in fact, you just need to be a chapter ahead. If you want to teach something, be honest, be a chapter ahead of somebody who's not there yet and teach that. But don't try to teach somebody how to get 7 figures if you've never been 6 figures.
Yeah. And real quick, like the reason why I even started Speaking Lifestyle to begin with, and I knew all these guys were BSing, is because I did this my entire life. Like that's all I did. I wasn't teaching people this stuff. It's all I did. So when I heard what these guys were saying, I'm like, that's a bunch of BS. That I was like, it's completely wrong what they're teaching. And so here's a guy who's doing it, seeing guys who are teaching it. I'm like, they obviously have no idea what they're talking about. So that's when I started coming in and started teaching this stuff. But yeah, like the whole fake it till you make it thing. I'm not one who literally says, no, do not do it completely. It depends. Like it kind of depends. Cause like I did it in a way. So an example is, like I said, I was performing in restaurants, and one of the things I would do, like I knew I was going to do corporate. So what I would do is every time I would perform for people, I would get a video testimonial. But before I got the video testimonial, what I would say like, hey, like I'm gonna get a video testimonial real quick, like say what you thought, but just say your name and say the company you worked for, and then say what you thought. So I'd record it, and they'd be like, oh, my name is John, I work for Remax, and oh, I just saw Benji, the dude was amazing. So then I'd put that on the website, and what it will look like is I got hired by Remax to do one of their events and all that. So I did stuff like that, and that stuff, it does work. And so like, that's why I mean the whole fake till you make it. I'm like, it depends. But a lot of people nowadays, they take it too far, and they take it to a point where it's like, they're just flat out lying about everything. And they're focusing so much on faking it that they're not doing anything to make it. And that's the problem. Like when I did this stuff, there was a purpose behind it. Like even what I did on my website, I saw this guy named Darren Brown. He was like this big mentalist in the UK. Well, still is. And on his website, it said, for booking inquiries, corporate booking inquiries, contact this email. For media inquiries, contact this email. And I was like, damn, this guy's so big time. He has a separate email just for media inquiries. I said, oh, hey, look. So I put that on my website. I was like, to contact Benji Bruce for corporate bookings here, for media inquiries here. And I just put that on there. And like, that was the type of thing I did with like playing around with perception. And yeah, but going back to the whole thing, just be very careful. Like I tell everybody, be very careful of everybody, everybody. Like you just have to be very aware of all that. And the way you can tell is the level of detail that someone can get into. Like if people are in the fluff level, they don't know anything. They have to get detailed. And I think Google and a lot of technical companies, they do this when they hire people. They just ask the engineers, they just ask them a gangload of questions until the engineer can no longer answer the question. Like they answer like detailed technical questions. And then they realize the level of depth that person has. And so that's an easy way that you can tell whether someone knows their stuff or not, is a level of detail that they can go into teaching what they teach.
Yeah, and what you said there, it's important to know too, when you got those videos and the person said Jim from Remax, you weren't saying Remax hired me. You were putting the video up and letting people conclude that, which is different than saying, hey guys, stand in front of my new mansion that I just bought. And then, like I said, find out it's not their mansion. But I mean, I understand that totally, because what I tell people to do, and I did early on, we're going back 20 years now, but my evaluation form, which Kelly knows about, one of the questions on there says, what is your opinion of today's presentation? And can we use your comments in our marketing? And it would say name, company, same thing. I go do a Chamber of Commerce talk and there'd be 100 companies in the room. So now I get 100 testimonials and it could look like 100 different companies hired me to speak if I put them all up my website. So it's still a perception thing. I totally get that. But I wasn't saying these 100 companies hired me. I wasn't lying. I was putting it up and letting you choose, how you viewed that, what the perception was. So I totally get that. But yeah, I agree that you got to be careful how far. I think you have to, as you said, due diligence for everybody you hire.
Yeah. And real quick, a funny thing. So the Remax thing. So I did that, and I even put the quote on my business card at the time. Then Remax actually did hire me for an event. Like the CEO, VP, their top Remax people were there. And I didn't think about it at the time. Like when I saw the CEO, I was like, oh, snap, CEO. So I gave her my business card. I was like, hey, if you guys need anything more, just let me know. And on there was already a Remax quote. And I was thinking like, oh, snaps. Oh, she doesn't say something. Because I was thinking like, oh, like she's thinking like, how could you have it on the business card if you just did the event today? So I was thinking like, oh, please don't say anything. And she didn't say anything, but I thought that was kind of funny.
I just got these printed up 20 minutes ago. I have a shop in my car. What are you talking about? But yeah, that's a cool story, because you never know, right, when it's going to catch up too. But yeah, like I said, I love what you said there, because I think we do have to do our due diligence. And I think Google can be your friend in the sense that if somebody's saying, I'm the master of helping you crush it with Facebook ads or engagement on Facebook, and then you go on their page and you see 1 like, 7 likes, 3 likes, 2 comments, that tells a story. And if you ask the person, they say, oh, it's because I'm busy helping my clients. At the end of the day, I mean, if you're going to teach me or tell me you can get all kinds of engagement, your page better reflect that. So I think we do our own research as well.
I do want to say also, like, be careful with that. This is why I tell people, like, look at the level of detail they can go into, because almost all my friends who are doing 7 figures a month, if you look at their like social media profiles, the max that one of them has like 5,000 followers. That's on Instagram. And everyone else, like, so I live like here in the high rise. There's a lot of women here who are like a lot of good looking women, and they have like they're like the influencers, or they appear to be influencers with 100,000 followers, 200,000 followers, except they work a regular job. And right now they're struggling. Like a lot of them, they're really struggling. And so there's her with 200,000 followers, my friend over here with 5,000 followers, and you would think she's like doing way better. But he's doing 7 figures a month and she's like unemployed. And so that's why I tell people, like, you got to be very aware of something like that as well, because almost all my friends making a ton of money, they either don't even have social media or they like have very little followers. So I tell people, like, if your social media account is bigger than your bank account, then you're building your business wrong. So Like it's really it's that simple. Like your social media followers should not be bigger than your bank account. And so that's what I tell everybody.
Love it. So Kelly, I'm going to let you jump in just as we wind down and bring things to a close. Do you have other questions for Benji that maybe I created a question or Benji's answer did?
Well, one of the things that that I found, early on in my speaking business, what would happen is I would get all these speaking gigs and then I'd be really busy for 6 months, but then I was too busy to actually keep getting more speaking gigs because I was just so busy and I was exhausted. And then the next 6 months I'd have nothing. So I guess my question is, how do you keep being consistent so that you're always marketing and so that you always have this continuous flow of clients?
So that's like a time management thing. So like that happened to me too at the time until I figured out what to do. But basically, so like every single time that you're at an event, like every single time, you should always look at the list of events at that hotel, take a picture of it, because that now you just got a new list of leads that you can contact. So boom, you just take a picture of it. So at that point, you put them into the CRM, and when like you're doing things like on your drive there. So like nowadays you can take Uber or cab or whatever, but on your drive there to the hotel, you should still be prospecting. You should still be like looking on your phone and prospecting on your phone, stuff like that. When you're at the hotel, you don't like do a ton of stuff. You're still prospecting and all that sort of stuff. Maybe every now and again you can be like, well, I'm close to the beach. Sure, I'll go check out the beach. But you're still doing your prospecting while you're at the gig. And then what I do is I tell people to use, it's like a referral system. It's like an interesting referral system. So like when they hire you, and it starts before like you even show up at the event. So like when they finally agree, okay, yeah, it's going to cost X amount, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Here's a contract. Boom, boom, boom. Everything's finally done. Then you tell them, you say like, hey, by the way, is there going to be anybody else at this event that can actually hire me for other events? So you ask them that immediately. Like as soon as they hire you, you ask them immediately, is there anybody else? And then you get them thinking, like they start thinking about it. You're like, okay, well, maybe. And so at that point, you just leave it alone. Like whatever they say, you just leave it alone. When you show up to the event, you introduce yourself to the person who hired you. You're like, hey, so-and-so, yeah, I'm Benji. Thanks for having me, all that sort of stuff. Yeah. By the way, like, are there going to be people here who can actually hire me for other events? Like, do you know of anybody? And they'll say, oh, well, I don't know, maybe so-and-so. Okay. Yeah. Can you point them out to me when the event starts? So at that point, when the event starts, you go back up to them. You say, hey, so-and-so, yeah, who are the people again? They're going to say, oh, that person, that, like they'll point out a couple people to you. So what you do, you don't go up to them just yet. So like you can go up, say, hey, how's it going? Like you can do that, but you're not going to pitch them or anything like that. So you do your thing, you do your speech. Before you finish, you say like, hey, everybody, thanks. I appreciate it. I got one more story to tell you, or one more whatever. So you haven't finished yet, but you're like, I got one more whatever to do. I'm going to be hanging out over here. We're going to be like collecting some video testimonials. We might be walking around doing it as well. If you guys want to bring me in for any of your events, just give me your business cards or ask for one of mine. And at that moment, so when you're done, I'm now looking for the people that this meeting planner pointed out. I'm now looking, okay, she pointed out him, her, and him. Okay, cool. So as soon as I'm done, yeah, blah, blah, thank you. All right, boom, I step off stage, and now I start walking. I immediately pull out my phone. So my phone is like always in the back pocket. So I pull out my phone. My phone is in my right hand. So it's like this, okay? And there's a reason why I put it in my right hand. So I have it in my right hand. And then whenever anyone comes up to me, people that come up to you, they want to shake your hand. So it reminds you, oh yeah, I got my phone, I got to record. So you have to do this. In order to shake their hand, you got to go. And it reminds you, yeah, you got your phone. So boom, you're like, oh yeah, real quick. Yeah, let me just get a testimonial. So once you get that person, you try to get to those people as soon as possible. So you go up to those three people, you get a testimonial from them. You say like, hey, yeah, what do you think? Blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then at this point you say, oh, and by the way, would you hire Benji Bruce for one of your events? And I say it in third person like that. I don't say, would you hire me? I say, would you hire Benji Bruce? Because remember, you're still filming. Even though you're not going to use this part in your testimony, you're still filming it though. So you're like, oh, would you hire Benji Bruce for one of your events? They're like, oh yeah, of course. Like they would never say no because they're getting filmed. So that, oh yeah, of course we would. Yeah. And at that point you're like, oh, do you have events going on? And you do exactly like that. You're like, oh, do you have events going on? And like, what event do you have going on? And you get their business card. Boom, you got their business card. So that's kind of what you're doing for the referral stuff at that point. And you just have to remember that you're always prospecting. Like there's never a moment when you're not prospecting, you're not reaching out. Like at the very end, one of the things I would do, I would hang out with people at the bar, because usually at the end of the presentation, people would go to like the hotel bar. So I would hang out a little bit. After that, boom, I'm already on the CRM. Like before I go to sleep, I'm on the CRM inputting all their stuff. And if depending on the time, I'll still start prospecting at that moment. I'll still start looking on Google again for new events. So it's a never ending process. And I think that's why so many people struggle, because they get the gig. So here's what a lot of speakers do. They get hired for a gig. You're like, okay, cool. Now I got to practice my presentation. And they start practicing. So the gig is 3 months away. They're like, all right, let me practice my presentation. And they use this as an excuse to procrastinate. And that is why they don't have any gigs lined up, because they don't fill that pipeline with new leads. So that's kind of what it is you have to do.
Wow. Love it. Benji, so amazing. Like I said, I love that you're so transparent. I love that you're so in-depth. Again, to your point, you can tell, Kelly, we already know this because we've watched him for a long time, but you can tell this is somebody that knows what they're talking about, somebody that's been living this their whole life, as you said. So Benji, I'm going to call this to be continued with your permission. I'd love to chat with you later on, maybe about bringing you onto my podcast as well, because I think there's a good fit there. Show has been going 9 years, top rated show. I think you'd be a great fit for it. It's called Let's Do Influencing. But before we jump to that stage, I guess the most important final question is, how can we learn more? And how can people work with you? Are you still working with people that want to get on stages? What does that look like right now?
Yeah, so if everyone goes to speakinglifestyle.com, that's where they can sign up for the newsletter, or speakproacademy.com is the program where I actually work with everybody. So that's the program where you get everything, all the training, the email templates, everything. Like it's ridiculous. You will get overwhelmed. There's no doubt about it. So after they join that, tell them to join the Facebook group, and that's where we talk and I help everybody out. I do want to stress the importance of, I can't help you out if you don't ask questions. So if people don't like go in there and start asking, then I can't really help you out. So yeah, it's like speakinglifestyle.com or speakproacademy.com for the actual program.
Awesome stuff. Well, Benji, I'm going to put that in the comments so people can see it both in the replays and live. And so again, I so appreciate you. I thank you. I honor you for being here. And Kelly, I'm hoping you got as much from this as I did.
I did. I took a whole page of notes. So it's awesome. Thank you, Benji.
Thanks.
We'll wave the flag for all the great work you're doing, and we'll let you run in the interim. Thanks so much, and happy Vegas Day. I know it's not Vegas Day, but happy day in Vegas.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Benji. All right, Kelly, so we're going to jump right into bringing our next guest on, if that works okay for you. I want to maximize his time as well. This one's an interview, and then we have the next one after that's going to be a presentation, so we're still mixing it up. But in the interim, I want to bring on my good friend, Anthony Trucks, the three-time American Ninja Warrior, former NFL, is it linebacker, I believe? You played linebacker, right, Anthony?
I played linebacker, yes, correct.
And also virtual event favorite. I had so many people after Anthony's last visit bringing Anthony back on. So you're the only return guest so far, Anthony. So
I appreciate it.
Sure, joining us today. Kelly, I don't know if you met Anthony last time around.
No, I didn't get to meet Anthony last time around. So great to meet you, Anthony. Good to get your text message this morning.
Yeah, Kelly's my co-host for this event, and she was my co-host last time around. But I remember that last time you were on our other event, which is our Flip Your Script one, the Mindset one. This time around, you're on the Amplify Your Message, so more around building platforms. Or I should say even getting your message out and amplifying it through platforms. And so, Anthony, I'm going to jump right in if that's okay. We're sort of back to back today, so I want to maximize everybody's time. So where I want to start, Anthony, when we're talking about speaking, because that's kind of the focus today, I seen you speak at Brendan Burchard's event. I told you this in the past, that something you did during your PowerPoint, it stopped the audience, I think, in their tracks. And having been on the stage with and or watched probably, I don't know if this is crazy or not, but it's probably right, 6,000 to 7,000 speakers in the last 20 years. Because if you didn't think being in the card with 10 speakers at a time, and a lot of my talks are like that, I don't know if that's the accurate number, but if I've done 3,000 talks, it's got to be, close to that many. I'd never seen anybody do what you did in the way that you did before or since. And what I'm talking about is, and I don't know if you want to describe it, but what I'm talking about is the heartbeat and how you use the heartbeat.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe if you don't mind, I'll get you. Are you okay to tell us how it goes? Okay.
I'll tell you it goes. I mean, why not? I didn't know we were going to talk about today. Hold on a second.
Yeah, no problem.
I didn't know we were going to talk about that. It's cool though, because that's actually the fun part of the speeches that I give, man. So one thing I've always looked at when I do step on stage is people are paying for not just the information and for me, but they're also paying for the experience. You know, like people they want to feel something. To be totally honest, there are a lot of people who have referenced that exact same segment of a speech, and they'll tell you, I have no idea what you talked about, but I remember that piece. And it's very interesting because then I have this anchor in their mind, and it's cool. So here's how the heartbeat thing came to be. I was traveling down to that actual event. Might have been the first one I did. I've done it probably 5 times, I think. And what I realized was like, man, there's something missing. There's an aspect I think that I can weave in more to make it more visceral, right? Everything I want to have everything that has to do with any kind of feeling. So like the palpable touch, the hearing, the seeing, everything besides like essentially like taste and smell. I was like, what can I get woven in? And so what the heartbeat was this thing where I know whenever a person goes on stage, like one big thing we have to is tell our story. But I also realize that my story is great, but people want to know, what can I take from this? What can I learn? What can I apply to my life? And so I almost was like, how do I get through my story in a way that lands for them, but doesn't have this thing be all about me all day long and me. So I was like, what if I do something like a 10-minute segment of an hour that just really makes the plane like land, right? Just land the plane of who I am, what I do, and also get these people who don't know who I am to like be endeared to me, like to love me. And so, because at that point, once you're in and connected, people, they'll listen to what you have to say. If not, it's like they'll be disconnected. They won't be really like dialed in. And so what I found was I could find a way to weave all stuff together. And I had this situation in my life where my mom passed away from MS. And when she passed away, I was actually in the room with her. And my dad and I and my grandma, we all were watching the heart rate monitor as it declined. And we watched her take her final breath and we watched it flatline. So that moment was one that I was like, that's a powerful one because I can get people there to really feel who I am, to feel the mortality of life, and then set a seed of like, that's how short life is. It's time to make something happen. And like that's where I wanted people to get with me, and I was going to build them out of it. So it's like, well, how do I get there? How do I tell my story? Because that was also one of the pivotal parts of why I do what I do. So I started back when I was a kid. And I told my story in this really interesting way where the lights and the audio are very specific. So the lights, it starts as red. Because when I started in life, I was in a dark place. And I say, I started in a dark place. It's people's cue to turn the lights off, except for a red light. And then a heartbeat is very low. And it's a consistent heartbeat that runs this entire time. It doesn't go higher in terms of like, the tempo. It gets louder though. So I have the slides. And when I would add a part of the slide, it goes from a dark place when I was giving away. When things got a little better, the room would get a little bit brighter, heartbeat a little bit louder. And then I'd have a next thing I'd add to it. Heartbeat would get a little bit louder, a little bit brighter. And what happens, it would step up 6 levels of aspects when, I finally got adopted, got to play football, got in the NFL, had my marriage. Everything's great. At the very top of it, I'm excited. So the room is completely white. The heart's just loud. And so it's like this visceral, like you're in, I'm jumping around, I'm excited. And then I lose my marriage and the heartbeat goes a little bit lower, room gets a little bit redder. And then all the way down, like I get to the point where like, I don't want to be here anymore. And what happens, it gets to a point where I actually get to that statement of, and my mom inhaled and exhaled her final breath. And at that moment, the heartbeat stops, room goes quiet, and I hold. I think there's that pregnant pause so few people grasp is actually when it's necessary in a speech, because people get the moment in time to feel just awkward enough to let things land. And so by the end of that moment, you know who I was as a kid, my marriage, my highs, my lows, the excitement. You see me jumping around. I get to have fun with you. I'm telling my story, but you also get to see how dark life can get, how bad it can be. And then I talk about from that moment on the things I did to get to where I'm the person on stage in front of you. And that takes me about 2-3 minutes. And that's really why I unpack the rest of my speech, because that's what they came for. Like everything I did, but prior to that, it's all cool. It's part of the story, but they want to know, how did you get here? And that's where I get to spend time now in the speech. But at that moment, I've got people. They're there with me. It's not like this, I got them, like they're all hooked in, but it's more of this, I got your heart enough. Because if I can grab your heart and you're open to it, now you'll learn from me. Like think about when we were in kids to school. Like if I had a teacher I didn't learn very much from them. But if I like the teacher, like I'm paying attention. And this was just a chance for me to be a pattern interrupt, because you don't see many 6'1", 240-pound former linebacker black guys talking about all of their life like this. So not only am I pattern interrupt, but I'm also able to come from a place of like, I grew up poor, I had craziness, like they're endeared, they're connected. And now I can take them to a better place throughout the rest of the speech.
And one of the things that I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, Anthony, but the time I saw you deliver it, you said, I think you like snapped your fingers and said like that she was gone. Yeah. And I don't know how you timed it. It was like the magic, everything aligned because you timed it and it just stopped at that right time. And I was there with somebody in the audience, and my heart dropped at the time because I didn't. So here's why it was so powerful to me. I didn't connect. That's why the heartbeat was going. I knew it was connected to your life. I knew it was connected to the story, but how you built it up to now your mother's in the hospital. So it was almost like the way I viewed it. It was almost like this is her heartbeat the whole time.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Until that last minute, and I had shivers, I had goosebumps, and at the same time, I was hooked. And so I wanted you to share that because as speakers, if we can create that, some form of that, even, I mean, that's at the highest level. If we can create even an element of that, we need to. You know, Zig Ziglar would say it's our moral obligation to, because the truth is that's how you're going to pull somebody in. And so at the same time, I guess maybe I'll dive into this. Has it ever been hard for you? Because Kelly has a signature story. Kelly, which she can tell you about more than me, but she's a burn victim at age 2, and she has a signature story she shares about what she learned in her life, traveling the journey she has. And so I don't know. I mean, because I talk about stuff like being raised by a single mother and how I didn't know the difference between fiction and nonfiction. And that was even hard for me to say because it felt like somehow I was admitting failure. But that's nothing as deep as the story you guys are both sharing. So I guess my question is, was it always easy to share it, or did you find it hard at first? Because obviously I know it impacts people when you're willing to share it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing. So the short answer to that is absolutely not. It was not easy. And it was interesting because I had this person at one time had watched a speech of mine early on when I was doing my speeches. And they're like, I feel like when you're over there talking about your story, you're telling it from a standpoint of like you viewed it, not like you experienced it. And the reason was because like I didn't want to go there emotionally. There's a lot of for me as a kid, there's a lot of shame around like I'm this foster kid. I'm different. I don't want to be. I want to be like everybody else. Like I don't want you to know the depths of me as a guy on TV and NFL stuff and all these things. And it's like I don't want anybody to know that stuff about me. Like just the cool stuff. And then when I became a speaker, there was this difference. I thought in the beginning it was about like I'm amazing. Look at me, how awesome I am. And when I realized it was nothing about me. The speech, when you go on a stage, like no part of it, honestly, is really about me. Like I'm taking time from these people's lives. And if I'm going to take time, I better give them something good back. So what this person said was, I feel like you're explaining it like you viewed it. I need you to tell me the story and be emotionally there to give me the gift of connecting with you there. If not, you're robbing me. It was very interesting and it felt very odd, and because I was like, but I am telling a story. And I was like, wait, no, I'm not. Because when you're emotionally there, like your eyes go somewhere else, and like the words are different. There's just a different kind of expression to it. And when you're not going there with someone or the audience, you are robbing the audience of the gift of being able to get to that point with you. Because then everything else that comes after that, they're not going to fully connect to it because they didn't really connect in the first place. So you're still telling things. They're kind of like, I don't know, take some notes maybe, right? But dude, one of the most important things for me is like, it was very hard at the beginning because now I'm bearing my soul to humanity. But here's the crazy part. I'm not alone. Like I'm sure like 80 to 90% of everybody in the audience has felt the same things, but never put them into words this way or had the similar experience. But emotionally, even if not, tangibly the exact specific moment, they may not be able to connect. A good speaker can connect the emotion of it. That's what I do now. Like I grew up in foster care and I played in the NFL and, I've had issues with my marriage. Like just alone the foster care and NFL, very few human beings will be able to attest to understand what that feels like. But emotionally, they can feel what it's like to not matter to somebody, what it's like to, have a lack of stability, to feel like someone just cuts you and sends you home like they don't care. Those feelings people can understand. And until I got to the point of like bearing the soul and telling that, I was robbing people of the gift of me, I call it.
Wow. I love how you talk about that, Anthony, because I find that a lot of speakers don't want to get so vulnerable because they're scared that they're going to cry. And so I've even had where other speaker coaches have said, if you can't tell the story without crying, then you shouldn't be telling it. And I don't believe that, because I believe, like when I talk about the story of losing my baby, I can feel the audience go thump, right? And there'll be times when I'm crying, right? Because, I'm feeling it, right? But that also is what makes me vulnerable. And it's also what makes me relatable.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, sometimes people put speakers on this pedestal and say, oh, you're so high up there, I can't relate to you. But then when you tell that painful story and bring them down, then it's like, oh, okay, I get it. She does, she can feel emotion like I do. And then of course you bring them back up. But, I think that's the big problem is a lot of people don't want to bear their emotion because they're too scared that someone's going to think that they're not good enough if they go to that point.
I agree. I fully agree that I think there's that thought that there's something wrong or it's bad. And I think the truth is there's a difference between, like, I would say, professional speakers who are like polished and they do every kind of like stage move and they craft the keynote, every single word for 60 minutes. And those who are just like motivational speakers, we'll call it. Because for me, my thing isn't for me to craft this keynote to go stand in front of an audience and organization and have this thing be a very specific, like, I'm not doing a performance. I'm trying to connect to you. And if I don't have the things woven in that are just connection, which is what you're talking about, the only thing I weave in, to be honest, I kid you not, 10% of my speech is planned before I hop on a stage. The other 90%, it just happens. But the one thing I do know is, like you said, the intention is I'm just going to go up there and serve them. Like if I go and serve them and forget about the right things come out. And when I say serve them, it's not serving them information. It's serving them connection, which only happens through vulnerability. Because if you think about some of the people I know in the world I'm deepest connected to, I've got friends I've had for 15 years, 10 years that aren't as connected to me as some people I've known for a year, 2 years, sheerly because of how deep I've gone with the true aspects of who I am, the open bearing of the soul. Because when you get to that depth of like, here's me, and someone goes, I still love you. It's like, oh, I feel a deeper connection, right? And that can be done on a stage. It doesn't have to be something that takes years. And so when I'm telling people like the craziness of life, that they'd be like, holy crap, I'd never say that. I'm connected to you, even if you've never actually shook my hand.
Wow. And Anthony, I wanted to, because we could actually spend all of our time just talking about this because it's so important. But I also am curious. I know your sole thing isn't, as you said, you're not the polished speaker that just only does talks and that's how you make your entire living. So obviously I know you could pivot in 2020 maybe a bit differently because you were already doing a lot of other things. But what have you experienced on the speaking side? Like, have you felt a big difference in inquiries and bookings? And at the same time, does that even matter? Like, in other words, or are you just saying, okay, well, I'm just pivoting for now and it'll come back when it comes back? I'm just curious what 2020 looks like for you.
Yeah, man, 2020 is interesting. It's for everybody, right? That's kind of the dynamic we're all in. I've definitely lost over 120,000 in speeches easily just from this whole thing going crazy. But like you said, it was a pivot. However, the thing was for me, I realized, thankfully, years ago, if you are only a speaker and that is it, the moment you are off a stage, you're unemployed. And I never wanted to be in that position. And so what I did is I was like, all right, I'm going to make sure that I take the things I talk about in speeches and make them tactical. Because most of the time in a speech, you're given a story, you're given that inspiration, motivation, a couple little segments, go do this, go do that. But then I learned early on, like the people who are the most successful and have the most, we'll call it financial stability and business stability, are those who can be in your home with you for 6 to 8 weeks after the speech through a coaching program or there's some kind of, group coordination you put together. And so what's interesting is when 2020 was happening, I was actually in this position mentally of I'm in season of dad. I got a son who's about to be 16 in less than a month, or probably about a month. I have twins that are 11. I want to be around. We're a very, active family. We have sports and I coach and all these things that I'm like, you know what? If I'm on a stage every other weekend, that's going to be difficult to be a present father in this season of dad. And so in the beginning of the year, I was actually already like pivoting away, raising my rates for speeches. So I would get less speeches, but, higher paying ones, and building out the back end more of the coaching business. And so like literally like developing the campaigns and all the marketing pieces and then having a whole camera crew come and film all the coursework and get PDFs done, a full rebrand of the website, everything you can imagine. We put about 6 figures into the relaunching of all this stuff. So the pivot, oddly, I was already kind of mid stride as everything kind of went crazy. And then into now we're building up and doing well. But a lot of it came from realizing that as a speaker, like I will always be a speaker. I'll never be pulled off a stage. That's like the second home for me. The first home was football, the stage of football. The second stage is the stage of speaking. dude, I'm the most free I could ever be up there. Like it's invigorating. It's just palpable how like I desire that. But at the same time, it's like I want to be able to later on not only be able to make money if I'm on a stage, because I'm gonna be older, man. Like, and I'm gonna want to travel. And like, you know what I'm saying? I want to be able to like still have a life, but not have a life only if I'm in a stage and 100 bookings a year. And so what I tell people is, even the clients I work with now in the business side and the non-personal development side, it's really about like, hey, how do we create something that's unique and proprietary to you? A process that is your life experience that's you know, put together in a step-by-step process that allows you to then say, hey, if you want this result I talked about on stage, if you want to be where I'm at, you know, in a place where you're starting similarly and you want to be where I'm at, here's really what I did. The speech is one part. That's cool. But what's actually beneficial is the things that you do and are held accountable to over time. And that's what I do over here. And so, yeah, those who are, you know, maybe like the bookings, they've all dried up. You know, I've got some few virtual bookings that are coming up next year, and I'm doing some MC stuff. I just got reached out to by a company working with Google. So some things that are coming in the pipeline, but all of those, they're all fly by night. Everybody's figuring it out too. You know, so I've seen the pivot. I like the pivot because it's allowed me to be home. I had a reason to build out my whole studio here, and so, man, I enjoy it because it actually was already leading into what I want to do. But those who are speakers, you know, are like, hey, I'm just speaking. It's time to start developing an off the stage, you know, source of revenue. Because I also find that in doing that, you'll find better content you can develop to go back on stage with later also.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of things to unpack there, Anthony, because you know yourself, because, you know, we're working together on another project that I'm launching soon. And so, you know, I've been working as well, making a pivot for a while with my TEDx style program, my speaking program. Those have all been pivots that started quite a while back. But much like yourself, I haven't crunched the exact numbers, but I was maybe speaking a little too heavy and previously. And like Kelly, it happened to her as well. This spring, I was turning down stuff, and I didn't know why this past spring. And I don't know what the reasoning was, but long story short, I only ended up losing 3 or 4 bookings. But had I have had my normal, regular speaking schedule, I don't know what the exact number is, but it was upwards of 200,000 as well, that I would have lost on any other year. But it just happened this year that wasn't factored in. I was actually getting ready to launch Blue Talks, getting ready to launch
having a baby,
releasing the book of why through a publisher. And so I'm much the same as you. I've actually kind of been excited about the pivot, but I wanted to get your take on it, because anybody who tells me, oh, I never lost any bookings, you know right away this person isn't an honest person.
No,
I mean, even we had Brown on last time around, and Les said he's kind of digging it because he had 5 talks in different places in one day. I think he told. I thought it was 3. Kelly said it was 5 that he did just like a couple of days before we had him on. And he said, I don't know if I'll get on a plane again, because he's been doing this long enough that those talks, I didn't ask him, but they're obviously paid bookings. They might be less, but they're still paid bookings. So from his perspective, I could see where less would probably make up the difference. But for a person that's just speaking here and there, I don't believe that anybody, you know, just completely kept all those bookings. Where are they speaking? I don't know what live events are speaking at.
Maybe they didn't have any bookings. Maybe they didn't have any bookings, so that's why they didn't lose any.
I didn't lose any bookings at all. Not one. But I mean, there's a few of them that said that to me, like, oh no, it's all stabilized. I still got my bookings. And I'm just like, where are you speaking? But
yeah, I don't know. It's possible. I mean, if every meeting planner pivoted online, which, I mean, my agent, she's like, there was a big like tornado of all this, you know, the booking agents, all the bureaus were like, we don't know what to do, because everything was going online. People didn't know if they could go online, and e-speakers started certifying online people. It just was a whole tornado. Now it's settling down, because people are like, all right, this is going to last for a little while, and this is going to be real. So I'm seeing more of the virtual bookings happen. They are at a vastly different price, and you're seeing speakers put together some very cool packages of what they're presenting to organizations, because you also have the big companies like the Googles and the, you know, Amazons that are all like, they're not the remote workforces now, these digital companies, but they still need to motivate and inspire and teach. And so now they're all at home, and people have got to reach them. So, hey, virtual becomes the next new stage. So yeah, that's going to happen. But the tangible in-person stages, those dried up. They literally had to.
Yeah. There's no way around it. And having said that, the virtual ones, again, to your point, most cases vastly different speaking fee, and also at this point still not as many of them. So if you are only a speaker, for lack of a better way of saying this, you were caught with your pants down. I mean, but I think it's the same that if you're investing and you go, but I'm only going to invest in one company and I'm going to stick with it, and if it goes down, I'll go down with the ship. I mean, that's the same thing. Or if I was saying this the other day, why you should be to build an email list. We were talking about this. It's the same thing as if you were with Walmart and you're a fitness personality and all your products are with Walmart, and then they say, we're going to switch over to the other guy or girl. Mm-hmm. What happens to your business? It dries up. So I don't think you should ever have all your eggs in that one basket.
No, you have to have multiple streams of revenue. Maybe I've been in business for a while. I've known that, but yeah, you have to have multiple streams because you never know. They can't all be dependent upon one, volatile situation. Like look at Amazon; they're dispersed. There's so many depths to what they are tied into that there's like a massive chart. It's hard to follow, right? So not one singular thing will break and tear the whole thing down. You've got to be that way. So for me, like there are the physical things that we sell. There are the coaching programs. There are the speeches. There are the virtual or live. There's different aspects. And all you do is say, all right, well, instead of giving energy to that one, let me go and take spin and give energy to this one. And if you have things built right, it just needs more energy to scale.
So here's another question, then, Anthony, and I'd love to get your thoughts on this for somebody that maybe wants to start making this pivot for themselves. So I'm thinking of that person that maybe is a speaker or a coach or they have this one focus area, and maybe they don't understand how to scale or how to systemize or how to build funnels and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Where would you recommend they start if they're trying to make a pivot? Like, for example, I mean, obviously they can hire somebody to create a funnel, but maybe that's not an option for them, especially if everything dried up. So are there any things that come to your mind of where they can start to at least pivot or what they could start to do?
Yeah, I mean, to be totally honest, I think the problem is when people hear the digital thing, it becomes daunting and overwhelming because what they're used to seeing are the people that they're in their inbox. So if you're in like a Tony Robbins or in like a Brennan Burchard, you're in like these big people's inboxes, you're seeing all the stuff they're doing. And so your assumption is, man, I got to do that to get to the level of success. And it's like, well, no, these cats are running, $20+ million a year businesses. They've spent years building up funnels that you could pop in and for the next like 6 months be automated and trickle to and sold. I mean, it's ridiculous how dynamic those things like brains, how much is going on in there. So all you really need, if you look at building a basic funnel to actually drive traffic, is you need to have one singular promise. Like, what is the promise of what you'll provide for people? And I think nowadays, being online, everybody's here now. It used to be physical stages, retreats, seminars. These all were different areas, and people were kind of online just to do that, but they weren't fully online. Now, with everybody online, you've absolutely got to have something in place that allows you to clear out past the noise and say, I am doing this. Like I tell people, it's kind of like the man on a corner, like concept. I actually talk about this all the time with my clients. Like, who are you talking to? Because if you're on, a city street and you see a guy with a megaphone on a soapbox yelling at people, you tune him out. I don't listen to this person. He's talking to everybody. But if I walk by two people and one person's intently talking, oh, you better believe I eavesdrop. It's just it's a weird thing. I'm like, why is this? What are they talking? Right. So it's like, you got to get succinct. And the problem is if you do 100 things great, it's really hard to choose just one. But if you want to make any money, you better choose just one. You can do everything, but you cannot do everything. Right. And I mean, like, it's kind of the thing. So when you get to this point now, what I recommend people do is find that singular promise. What is the one thing you can promise people you can do? And then you got to learn kind of like the basics of the anatomy of a really simple online marketing campaign. And all that is, man, is going through and saying, what's the promise? What do I got to be able to say to prove that what I'm telling you is the truth? And then how I deliver that, and how you deliver it is super simple, man. You make an ad that just has this promise. If you want to know more, go here, target the people you want to see it. That's easy. Facebook nowadays is cake. You just hop on. Here's what I want to see, get my thing, $5 a day. These are the group of people. You can even do it to the area code, So here's where I want to see it. And then they click a button to go to one page. This is their funnel. The funnel needs to be at most 3 pages. One page says, hey, this is the same thing that you wanted to see. Click this button, give me your email, and I'll show this to you, whether it's a video about this topic I talked about, or it's free training, whatever it is, or download the PDF, And then what you do is that click it takes them immediately to what's called a VSL. And VSL sounds daunting because you're thinking like everybody, these big VSL and video sales letters, and they got a whole camera crew and a script. Like, no, man, just here's what I promised that I was going to tell you to do. Here's what this is. If you do this, this can happen. Here's why. If you want more information, click this button, book a call. Now, obviously, there's more thinking to it than what I just told you. But for the gist of it, it's like an ad, a landing page, a video that says book a call, and then get in the phone and talk to people. Don't rely upon a sales video nowadays. I think if you haven't done it in the past, unless you got money to fix and figure things out and tweak it, you need to get in the phone with people because you really got to know the language and the copy. The biggest thing people mess up is copy and like what's got to be on the page. And you need to be in conversation to find out what to say. So spend time talking to people. And then later on, maybe you can put it onto a page. But talk to people on the phone and talk about their problems. What are they struggling with? And when you talk to them, choose to deliver on the promise you had in the beginning. So if I said, I'm going to teach you how to, for me, I'm going to teach you how to, my actual words, this is the work I do to make something, I'm going to do what I actually do. If you want to understand how to eliminate your destructive patterns and actually remove your mental blocks, you can live life at your maximum potential. Click here and check this out, right? That's my thing. I teach people how to shift their identity, which really is eliminating and replacing destructive patterns with potential and positive, productive ones, and removing the mental blocks that get them stuck all the time because it's an identity rooted thing. So I make that promise and I put in a video. Here's how this works. Here's what it does. Here's why. Book a call. We'll show you how to do this that we talked about. Hop on. Here's how we do this. It takes place in an online coaching program where you have week by week videos. You then have office hours with me. I hop on every Tuesday. We walk you through what you did, answer questions, guide you, structure things up. Then outside of that, you have a one-on-one 15-minute call with our implementation specialist. Then also you have every Friday, another 1 hour call with that same person and a group of people you're in with that cohort. So you always have support and guidance to work you towards this promise. Because the thing is, if they're on the phone with you, they already want this thing you've talked about. You just have to make it clear how you can deliver on that. And now you have a product. That's the funnel. That really is it. There's not a bunch of magic to it. Like everybody's like, yeah, I have all this extra stuff. I got like a mosquito in my office for some reason. But that's the magic, right? You just put these things together and then you track them and you tweak them. And then now you could be on a stage somewhere and send people to the exact same link. You can craft it into your speech to where you say, hey guys, here's my story. If you want more information on how to be able to apply this in your life past what I talked to you on stage, head here. Guess where they go? That page. And guess what they watch? A different little video on the stuff you talked about. And guess what? They already saw you on a stage and they like you and they book a call and they talk to you or your team. And that's the funnel, man. It's not this crazy in-depth, go crazy with the emails. You can do it without having any automated emails. You can just retarget them on Facebook and all that. It's a different thing. But then they just keep getting another ad like, hey, you got here. You should have opted in. Why didn't you check in? Check it out. These little pieces are the online world, and people think they got to be this exorbitant crazy. I need 17 people on my team. No, you need about like 4 or 5 hours at home.
Wow, Anthony. I mean, you just totally, lifted, or I'm going to say peel back the onion on building a system, like you said, at the basic level, but really at the core of what you actually need. And what I like about that, it makes me think that people might immediately say, well, how do I scale that? Like, let's say, for example, they don't do one-on-one coaching or what have you. Well, that's easy. I mean, I shouldn't say easy, but an option you have there is you partner with somebody else who doesn't want to do the other stuff, but wouldn't mind getting on the call. And maybe you have run a business together where they do the sales and bring people into your system and you run the system. I'm just talking out loud, but that's how you can scale.
I have things I don't do. Like so at this point with my process built out, I don't do the sales calls. I rarely do. If somebody somehow contacts me, gets in touch with me directly, which is a very big rarity, I'll hop on with them. But typically my sales team does that. I'm not the implementation coach. I have a coach that does that outside of me. So the majority of my time, my world is spent on creating great social content and then coaching people in the week to week. I have my one-on-one clients and then making sure my team is taken care of so they can take care of my people. That's really it. That's the business. But what's cool about it is I think when you get simple like that, you can do simple phenomenal, which means people get a phenomenal service. When you get to the level of having so many working pieces that your brain can't keep hold of all of them, then what happens is you drop the ball on 1 or 2 people and then it's a weird experience and they go tell other people it's a weird experience and your business dies in the dark, but you don't even know it because you're doing too much. Simplify it, but do the simple phenomenal.
I love that. Don't let your business die in the dark. One thing I was going to ask about, Anthony, that you, or not ask about, but just when you said this, it made me think of this for some reason. But I'm sure you know the TV show Glow, the Netflix show.
I've heard of it. I've never seen it. No, I've seen it on there. I just heard about it. Like, I think I saw it last night. I didn't click the button though.
It stands for Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling. So it's like meant to be a remake of the cheesy actual show that was on TV, Glow, back in the 80s. And you're talking about people like you will be in the street corner and overhear somebody and listen. And, you have that tendency to say, okay, what are they talking about? They actually played that out in the episode. They were trying to get interest for somebody to come and see their show and pick them up.
Oh, wow.
What they did was they walked around this whole trade show and they kept saying, oh, did you hear about Glow? I'm thinking of making an offer on it. And it was the 2 people that run Glow from the basement apartment. So anyway,
so smart. I like it.
First, a great example of that. But one other thing I want to talk about is the idea, and I know you do this, but the idea of never looking over small things and also doing everything with excellence. Because one of the things I think is really cool, and I know you shared this story for us one time in the past, but about how you met Brendan Burchard and how you ended up speaking on his stage, and how you ended up doing security at Brendan's events as well.
Yeah.
And I have to say, you put in just as you put in just as much effort on the security side as you do speaking on the stage. So you do it with
everything, man.
But can you tell us a little bit about that? Because I think that's a classic example of where somebody else might ignore that coincidence. And, I'm big on synchronicity, but might ignore that. But it actually turned into an opportunity for you to get in front of really great audiences and sharing your message.
Yeah, I think so. It's interesting, the work that I work in is identity, and then to connect the dots between identity and success. Identity is who you are when you're not thinking about who you are. It's simply just, it's your flow. It's honestly that subconscious driver that most of us aren't even realize is programmed. So when that is going, how you operate, that determines how you perform. It just does. If you think about, sports, people won't say like, oh, they're performing well on the field. They'll say, man, that cat's operating on the field right now. Tom Brady, he's operating. His operation on the field, and also the way he operates at home, when he gets up, when he goes to sleep, how he handles hardships, how he handles conversations, the media, that operation is what determines an amazing performance, which then equates to success, right? So most people don't realize this connection of like, it's your identity, it's a root cause and a root core, whether it's good or bad. You can put the mindset, fragrance over it, but it still stinks. Like, it's just, you got to work on it. And so what I look at when I go to the aspect of how I show up in the world is, I, throughout my life, have always had like this weird relationship with identity, from foster care and all white family and sports and no sports and father, and it's just weird stuff. And so in doing so, somehow I started like anchoring down the sense of how I learned to operate. I have this personal pride that has nothing to do with me thinking somebody else is less than, but it's like, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. It's just it. And it really, that's it. There's just nothing more to it. And when I explain to people, there's a daunting feeling to it of like, everything's at excellent level, everything. Well, yeah, but I'm only doing one thing at a time. Like, I'm not over here playing chess and working out. Like, it's like I'm doing one thing. And if I'm going to do that one thing, I'm going to realize that there's going to be aspects of how people see and interact with me that I will never connect the dots to. But if I show up wrong in that moment, I'm going to lose what that connection could be. And so it's really, just to make this real, because we talked about a story in the past. I was in this event. I got into a group. There's people in the group. I didn't know they were. I told my story. I showed up. Excellent. The way I always choose to do. And then after that, I would continue to keep showing up, doing my things with excellence. Come to find out, that person in the group was the fiance of one of Brennan's right hands, was part of the staff. No, I didn't know. She then went and told somebody else in the staff. Somebody else in the staff was watching me, paid attention to me. I didn't even know. I was just being me. Eventually, this person says, hey, what's your story? She's like, hey, I like you. I've watched you. And introduced me to somebody else. I'm like, cool, I'll do this thing. I'll just hang out and meet this person. It's like, hey, you want to volunteer? I volunteer. And for me, the volunteering wasn't like, I want to meet Brendan. I didn't. It's like being in the NFL, you kind of get to know people are people, no matter how big of a star they are. Like, I've seen the guy who is over here, like, everybody loves him, like running around the locker room naked, kicking a soccer ball. Like, it's just, people are people, dude. And so like that, just, I shut up. And so when I would come to the events, like, I'm showing up because I know the person you see isn't Brendan and I'm here for him. You see Anthony right now. So I'm going to smile. I'm going to do what I got to do right. And in doing so, I got to meet him and ask me to check out a product. I made this product. He's like, I want to make this. We made a product together, launched it, had me speak on the stages about it. He got to know me more, and it just kind of progressed from there. And the only thing I did was just show up in every single moment the same way. And the way you do it is not to look at it like, man, it's daunting, but it's like, how can I start to get stronger every day in that aspect towards eventually lightweight to be great? Well, this makes sense. But if you think about the weight room, you show up and sometimes things are heavy because you're not that strong yet. It doesn't mean you walk out of the weight room and say, I'm going to come back in a week. Hopefully I'm stronger. No, you get under the weight and you choose a lighter weight and you build up strength. And eventually that weight that was heavy to you becomes your warm up. And all I tell people is like, I just started that years ago whenever I was trying to get a college scholarship and I was trying to get the NFL and trying to build my business. I just learned like how to lift the weight of being great. And then it became lightweight to me. And so the way I show up in my perspective is I try to show up the best I absolutely can. Even now, I'm not being paid to be here and chat and talk, but I'm going to show up and give you everything. And then I'm going to move on to the same thing in the next hour of my time, right? But that's my new normalcy. When people are wondering, why am I not successful? It's not the book that you have, because you probably bought it and haven't read it. You get self-esteem, right? It's being here, hearing stuff and taking notes and never opening the notebook again. It's having all this stuff you get but never apply because you don't understand how yet you need to operate. And that's a muscle you must build. And when you learn to build that muscle, greatness becomes easy. It's not this, it's funny is the things that I see a lot of people say, man, how do you do that? It's like, dude, how do you not? And that was a big click for me. It's like, oh, when you get to the point of the things that you do that are stressful are easy, well, now you do them. And like your successful people, you look up to your heroes that make it look easy. That's how they make it look easy. It's not, in fact, a different thing. It's just lighter weight to them.
Wow, Anthony Trucks, never enough time. This has been an absolute pleasure. What you just shared there alone was, for somebody watching this, it was worth the time investment. And so, Anthony, I'm a big fan. I'm going to always continue to wave the flag. I'm also super excited about the project you and I are working on in the background. Yeah. I'm looking forward to next week whenever I have a free and clear week so we can start bringing the final stages together and then I can start telling people about it. But Anthony, it's always a pleasure. I love your story. I love the fact that you're so willing to share it and that you are such a server and giver and that you do show up every time with excellence and to show up, to actually be there. So thanks for being you, Kelly. I don't know if you wanted to say anything to Anthony before he signs off, but Anthony, again, thank you so much. I appreciate you and applaud you for showing up.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime.
Being so vulnerable, because a lot of speakers don't want to go there. And they think they have to have this persona that they are the most professional and, nothing's wrong and everything's perfect. And, you've shown that you can take your story, be vulnerable and still be great. And I think that's the important thing is that we want those stories. People need to know that they can relate to us no matter what our story is. And so my other question is, how can people get in touch with you? What is the best way for people to get in touch with you?
Never. No, it's fairly simple. If you just go to Instagram and then DM me the word shift, that's the best way. Or just ask a question. If you DM the word shift, we'll discuss the different things we do to actually make what I just talked about real. Like it's literally how we walk people through it's called the shift method. It's how we teach people to tear those blocks down and actually help to put in more productive patterns that just run your life easily, right? So build that muscle. But if you want to just have a chat, message me. Simple. Hey, Ant, I saw you over here on Blue Talks. Want to chat? Cool. I'll have a conversation.
Awesome stuff, Anthony. And again, I can validate that Anthony is true to his word. When you reach out to Anthony, Anthony reaches back out. He's the real deal. And I have to say, for me, I heard your story as we talked about it off the top, and I was at Brendan's event and you shared that story. And I knew immediately there's another project I'm working on in the background that Anthony knows about. I'll just say it's related to a documentary. And Anthony absolutely crushed it in there. So I can't wait to release that because when I saw him on stage that day, and you remember this, Anthony, probably, I immediately texted him. I said, dude,
you did.
Inside, I need to tell you about the project because I knew he was the right fit. So I've been watching Anthony for a long time. And if you're wanting to take things to the next level, if you're wanting to pivot, as we said, around speaking, this is the guy. So please definitely reach out to Anthony and let him know that you're listening and hearing.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Very cool. Anthony, I'll let you run and I'll circle back in the near future, my friend.
Sounds good. Take care. Pleasure meeting you, Kelly.
Have a great day.
Well, Kelly, wow, another fantastic, amazing speaker. I know we have our next guest in the back area right now, the backstage area, but another fantastic guest. Anything you want to share about what you took from Anthony's interview or anything you want to share that's come up since we started just before I bring our next guest on?
Just the whole vulnerability part, and making it a whole experience, which I think is important. I remember back when, I first started as a speaker, the thing I didn't want to see was people cry. And a lot of times I didn't want to share the real deep emotional part of my story was because I didn't want to see people in the audience crying because then I was going to feel bad that I made them cry. But, then I learned certain technique to bring them out of it. But that's what I really loved about Anthony's message is that we are supposed to be vulnerable. And there's been so many times when people have come up to me and said, you know what, thank you for sharing that story of your divorce or your, losing your baby, because I had that happen to me, right? Or being a burn survivor, people will always come up and tell me about the person they know. And so being a speaker, that's what we're all about, is being vulnerable and sharing stories. Like those are the best speakers. Like I get annoyed when you have a speaker that just says, you should do this and you should do this and you should do that. And I basically just call them a preacher. But the real speakers are the storytellers. And those are the ones that we relate to the most.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's always two contexts involved. Like it depends, of course, on the nature of the presentation, if it's a training session, if it's a speech, what have you. But yeah, certainly storytelling. I mean, since the beginning of time, right? It's always been the one thing that seems to always connect with people. Of course, the person has to be a good storyteller, know how to tell the story. But if it's done well, storytelling has always seemed to work, and I'm sure it always will. So. Yeah. I've
seen that happen where I know speakers that have this like incredible story and then they don't tell it. They just tell people, well, this is how I got over what I did, but they don't tell that painful story that got them to the position where they were. And I think that that's the story we need to hear more of, because that's what's going to make us relatable.
Absolutely. Having said that, I'm super stoked to bring our next guest on. I want to obviously make sure we maximize everybody's time, so I want to bring him right on. And I have to say, I've been seeing his work from afar for a long time, so I'm super excited to introduce him to our audience. I've been connected with him on LinkedIn for a long time, and he may not remember, but we had chats on LinkedIn in the past. But I'm super excited to actually hear his presentation because it means I get to sit and take some notes, which I always love to do. And this gentleman is the absolute real deal. And so Jeffrey Hayzlett, he is going to come on and I'm sure talk a little bit about C-Suite and the different work that he does. But what I'm really excited about is he's going to actually talk to us about building a speaking empire, which is obviously very appropriate for today. So I am going to bring him right up on the screen and welcome him on board. So thank you so much. So excited to see you here today, Jeffrey.
Hey, Corey, and I do remember those chats. So that's me. Everybody thinks it's not me, even though I might have like 600,000 followers on Twitter and 300 on LinkedIn and so forth. That's me. Now, sometimes I got my team, they'll forward it and said, did you catch this or this? But most of the time it's me because I'm always there checking up on them, making sure they're doing what they need to do. And Kelly, what a pleasure to meet you. I've been inspired by your story. So it's just fantastic to be with both of you and to be with all of you today.
Thank you. Thank you. We're honored to have you with us. And I'm excited about learning more about your story because I've never heard it. So I'm excited about it.
Well, fantastic. I don't know if I can share a PowerPoint up here. If I can't, I'll just talk to it. But either way, what is it easy to do?
Level 2. There should be a share screen at the bottom. Do you see that at the bottom of your
I do. There we go. We're ready to roll. Is that okay? Or did you want to do it as an interview? More as an interview? I'll do either way.
No, I mean, I'd love to have you present. I think that'd be awesome.
Okay.
See if you can share it. Okay.
All right. Well, here we go. I'll share the screen and we'll do that right now and we'll get that up and running. So, opens.
Yeah, as long as it shares on my side, then I think I have to edit the screen for you. But yeah, if it works, we'll make magic happen.
Well, we're trying right here. Here we go. It says share that screen and it's putting it up on I'm trying to get it on a PowerPoint, but it's not letting me do that. So I apologize. And I apologize to your team.
Oh, no, that's all good. It happens. Technology always wins, right? Whatever it decides it's going to do, it always wins.
Exactly.
I was going to say when you were mentioning that about the LinkedIn, that's one of the things I admire so much when somebody is juggling so much, but it's still really them, real live, making the stuff happen. Bob Berg, who you're probably familiar with, when you tweet Bob Berg,
absolutely.
Everybody gets a reply, and it's amazing to me how he can do it, but I love that he does.
Let me see if we can get this up and running here. I'm trying my best. It's saying it's going to, but it's not letting it go. So I'm just going to speak to it. So here's what we're going to do is we'll speak to it because I'm a speaker. I can do it. I can handle it. We can make it work.
What we're going to do, Jeffrey, is we're going to go backstage so that way you get the full screen. But I'll be back there, and then I'll just come on just to give you a little bit of a heads up when we're winding down.
Absolutely. You need a hook because once you put the quarter in for me, I'm going to go for the full ride. So we'll be doing that. Okay.
Awesome stuff. I will jump off and let you take center stage. Thanks.
You guys. Thank you so much. And so everybody here, I want to visit with you a little bit about speaking. Being with you reminds me of the first time I met my wife's great grandmother. Now my wife is 5'1", about 105 pounds, and I'm 6'3", 200 and some odd pounds. And Grandma Agnes is even smaller than Tammy. So she's much more petite. And so the first time I met her, she looked up at me, she looked at Tammy, she looked up at me, she looked at Tammy, and then she said, "Isn't he bigger than necessary?" So I kind of feel like that with you guys here today. So I'm going to visit with you a little bit about in the next 20, 25 minutes or so. We'll visit a little bit about building a speaking empire. You might say, hey, what's this guy know about a speaking empire? Well, for those of you who don't know me, I'm in 5 business Hall of Fames. I'm in the speaking Hall of Fame. I've been a professional speaker for decades, as well as I've bought and sold over 250 businesses in my career, about 25 billion. Some of you might recognize me. I used to be a judge on Celebrity Apprentice for about 3 seasons of that show, where I was go there and, help the who fire or hire people in terms of the brands. And then in addition to all that, I went on and became my own host of my own show on Bloomberg. And then from Bloomberg led to creating C-Suite TV, C-Suite Radio, which is now the largest OTT business network. We have over 70 TV shows, over 250 podcast shows, and we're growing at about a new podcast show every other day. So today I'm going to talk to you about speaking, though, because I use speaking as not only just an income, because I do about 160 keynotes a year, average about $27,500 and I'm just going to give you all the details, by the way, a keynote. So you can do the math. You can figure out it's a multi-million-dollar business, but that's not really the business I'm in. I utilize the speaking to drive the other things. Now, I can make a good living doing that, but I like to, my own personal conditions of satisfaction, to build wealth. And so to do that, I use the speaking for that, which I do speeches, and people ask me to serve on boards, do things. I had to step away a few minutes ago. I'm working on a $32 billion transaction today, in fact. So that's just the things that I do, because I serve on numbers of boards. So I want to talk to you about the goals for this session. The goals for this session is I'm going to talk to you about what we wanted to do, what works for us and what does not work. I heard Kelly talk a little bit about this earlier. She doesn't like speakers who preach, and I'm not going to preach, because I'm not going to say you must do this, okay? People who give you advice, they had never done it before. I want to give you counsel. I'm going to tell you what worked for us, okay? And you can do it any way you want to do it. In fact, I tell you to do that. Make sure that you do your speaking or anything you want to do the way you want to do it, because it's going to be your way. It doesn't make it's right or it's wrong. It just means it's your way. Now, some things could be better than others if you do it certain ways. From experience, we learn those things, but do it the way it makes it for you. I want to talk about your conditions of satisfaction. And, oh, by the way, I'm going to tell you what doesn't work or whatever you want to know. So when we get into the Q&A session, or you've got my email, you just email me. I'll be more than happy to make sure that we get there, except I see that they spelled my email wrong. So it's C-Suite Network. It's network, network.com. So let's make sure we get that right. So why are you in this game? Because I want you to think of it. Do you want fame or do you want fortune? Because you need to pick one. Now, most people getting into speaking will say that they want both. Well, you can't have both. You're either going to have fame or you're going to have fortune. And so you want to look at your business models based on that. Because if it's for fame, and I'm cool if you want that, you want the hugs, you want the accolades, you want that feeling to make you feel better and to make you get where you want to go mentally, typically, then by all means do that. But if you want fortune, by the way, that's the one I always pick. I like fortune because if I get really good at it, I'll get the fame, and if I'll get it for free. And if not, I got enough money to buy it. Okay. So, and then the next thing I want to do is think about what will you do what it takes, because this is not an easy game. All right. So when I left Eastman Kodak, now I used to be the CMO of Eastman Kodak, ran about a $17 billion marketing budget, about a $182 billion company. And so I wanted to leave and get my speaking business, get that started. And so I left with forward intent. And so you really need to be thinking about what's my forward intent, because it's not just speaking anymore. It's all the things that spin out off of that. And I'm going to talk about what I call the thought content or the thought value chain that you need to be thinking about in your speaking business. So I wanted to leverage my personal intellectual property. I wanted to create a profitable, sustainable, multi-million-dollar business or franchise. I wanted to make it repeatable, step and repeat, because I don't just want to go do this speech and then have to redo it and then do another speech a different way and so forth. I wanted to create a way in which I could move forward. So to make it repeatable, to build a franchise, because sell you, sell the business, sell you. Okay. And then transition my Fortune 100 C-suite executive. I was called by Forbes and I was in the front cover of magazines, on TV. I was known as the global business celebrity because I was out there telling people, about the company and was making it look sexy. It's hard to believe that this was sexy, but nonetheless, that's what it was. This is what you call eye candy, only it's super chunky size. All right. And then I wanted to let the momentum carry the brand. Okay. And we're going to talk about a brand because a lot of you guys get involved with brand. Oh, my brand, my brand. Listen, a brand is nothing but a promise delivered. That's a brand. Okay. Brand is what we put on occasionally on a cow, occasionally on a horse, and always on a cow. That's what the word brand means. It's the identification of ownership on the side of bovine. Typically, that's it. And then it got transferred to a company, to a logo, and now people talk of it as it's this own entity. It's not. A brand is a promise delivered. So what is the one thing that you're going to be known for that everybody knows? Because it, you know, as a thought leader, if you're going to be in the speaking game, you want to own that category and you want to be able to move forward. So that was my forward intent. Now, I want you to think of a thought value chain. Now, let's create an axis. This one's value, and this one, okay, is acceleration. Now, what you want to do is create another axis up right through this piece right through here between your X and your Y axis. And that's really going to be the value that you're going to create. So we have a lot of things that are at our disposal as thought leaders to be able to use. We've got free content like blogs and podcasts, and we got hosted media, books, enablement tools, courses, workshops, academy, alumni groups, retreat, coaching, speeches, okay? And then you might even create your own mastermind, or what we typically call in the C-Suite network, we call those councils, peer-to-peer councils. It's that thought value chain. By the way, if you want a copy of that, I'd be more than happy to email it to you. Just get the right email, jeff@csuitenetwork.com. So let's make sure that's right. You email me and I'll be glad to send you this. And basically, these are all the islands that we can create from our hurricanes of content. So we have the one core piece of content, our intellectual property, our message, our story, whatever you want to be able to say what that is. And then from that, you can spin that out to lots of different ways. So most people are looking to do it that way in terms of you just don't know that there's a model. And the more you create in terms of value, the more acceleration that you have occur, the greater the revenue for you in terms of the value that's created, okay? So that you want to keep in mind as a key model for you in moving forward. Now, with my elements of a plan, what we want to do and what worked for us was I said, look, first of all, when I said I'm going to go out and do this, we're going to get a TV show. That's not an easy thing to do. Okay. So I went out and got a sponsor for $2 million, which I'm able because I know all the CMOs and know all the C-level executives. And so I was able to do that. Go on. Took me a couple of years. Okay. It's not something you do. Now it's easier today because now you can put it on YouTube. You can put it on C-Suite TV. You can put it in a lot of different places through an OTT channel. So, but I wanted to be able to do that. I wanted to create a content catalyst every 18 months. See, you can't just come up with one concept and then run with that because you can't go back to the audiences over and over. You can't go back to some of the same people we've already sold to before and do the same speech because it's the same speech, same jokes, same moves, same gags, same slides. It doesn't work. So you're going to have to think about reinventing yourself about every 18 to 24 months. And then I said I wanted, me personally, like you see a lot of the people that are speaking on this today, they all each have their own pieces that they create as part of that, meaning they build a community. I'm telling you, folks, listen to me. Listen, this is counsel, not advice. Build communities, build tribes, build people, massive amounts of followers who want to be with you and be your fans, buy your book, listen to your podcast, read your blogs, and would also like to be a member of your mastermind council group or whatever. And so that's what we do at C-Suite Network. One of the things we do is we bring this giant sequoia tree. Okay. That's what we do. And we started with this in mind. And so we created a C-Suite Network, which now has over 350,000 members that are part of it, over 90 million television views a month, a couple million downloads and podcasts every single month, and growing like a hockey stick. By the way, I love growth of hockey stick. I've always been the handle. Now I'm way up here at the toe. It's awesome. All right. So our plan was to be able to create that, build that catalyst every 18 months, build it and monetize the community. And this is important. Listen, build and lead the category. So what's the category? What is your category? What's going to set you aside or apart or on top of everybody else that's out there? What's that 1 word, 2 word, 3 words? What is that that's definitive? See, for us, it's C-Suite. I own hundreds of elements of intellectual property all around C-Suite, C-Suite TV, C-Suite Radio, C-Suite Book Club, C-Suite Connect, C-Suite SEO, C-Suite Social, C-Suite Search. You can keep going. Okay. Got 119 different pieces of trademark around that and own all the domains and everything else. Remember to think of where your journey is going to go. So you're not just a speaker, you're a business, you're a brand. Okay. So then we started to create this content. So my first book came out in May of 2010, sold a couple 100,000 copies, called The Mirror Test. January 2012 came out with Running the Gauntlet. October 2013 started and had my own primetime television show on Bloomberg. In 2014 started another show called Executive Perspective Lives and created C-Suite TV, now with 70 TV shows. Then went out and created All Business in 2015 with CBS, and now is part of C-Suite Radio, and I'm one of the marquee hosts of C-Suite Radio, along with Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and put them all out there. Over 250 other podcast shows, and that's what we created. 2017, I came out with Think Big, Act Bigger, and my last book was December of 2018. So guess what? Time for another 18 to 24 months catalyst, something new that's going to come out. And so that's what we started to build. Now, what are the elements of the things that you need to have? Okay. One of the first things you should probably have is a sample of your speech. Don't have one? Go do one. How do you get that? Oh, I don't want to speak for free. Forget yourself. Okay. Get out there and get as much content and get it filmed as much as you can so that you can create. The first thing you probably are going to want to have is some type of sizzle reel or speaker's reel. I call it a sizzle reel because I'm in TV. I'm in the media business. So we have highlights of me on TV, highlights of things. By the way, you can go to my website, hayzlett.com, HAYZLETT.com, and you can see our sizzle reel right there. I haven't even seen it in a long time. I don't know how updated it is. Who cares? I don't care, but I got one. Check. Okay. Just like you're going to need some other kinds of elements. Okay. Now we raise my visibility in a lot of different ways by also having my TV stuff up there. We have my Dodge Ram commercials. Did you know I did that? The 2020 Dodge Ram 1500. You want it, you need it, so drive it. Okay. So we put all those kinds of things that then add up into what is my brand. Okay. What is the elements of my brand? My brand is, a keynote speaker, a part-time cowboy, corporate business executive, global business celebrity, a media, in the media. And so we put all of those as pieces of the brand. Okay. Even some of the stuff I'm doing, I'm in a couple of games like Destiny. I'm the voiceover in Destiny. I'm in a voiceover for a Korean and Chinese English learning game. I'm a character called Cowboy Jeff. All of those are elements up there. And why do we do that? Because I want to raise my profile. I want to raise my value. I want to show the celebrityness because that's a little extra money as opposed to just being a thought leader. And there's nothing wrong with that. So those are the kind of piece you want, because for the most part, what you're doing as a speaker is trading time for money. All right. Key thing, trading time for money. And so that's just something you might want to start to look at how you do that's different than that. That's what I use our speaking business to build that C-suite network, a community that we have, the content, the meetings. And then on top of that, we also have our services that we run. And that's the things like our C-Suite Radio, C-Suite TV, C-Suite Connect, and so forth. So once you start to have out your business plan, your business map of what I want to do and what are my conditions of satisfaction and where I want to go, well, then you want to start to really blow it up. But you have to have the essence of who you are. It was great listening to the speaker beforehand talk about being real and authentic. And a lot of people come to me and say, Jeff, what makes a great speaker? Okay, let me give you the lessons for that. You got to be great. And in order to be great, you gotta make a lot, like a maestro. You ever think about a maestro? Well, maestro doesn't just become a maestro. A maestro plays a lot of bad notes in order to become a maestro. So you're going to have to do a lot of speeches. You're going to have to do a lot of speaking. You have to figure out your timing. You have to figure out your pacing. You have to figure out your signature stories. You're going to have to figure out when you take it up and when you bring it down. You're going to have to figure out all those kinds of things in order to be the best speaker you can. Now, I'm assuming you're building on that. So let's talk more about the business. So what are the elements of your brand? For us and for me, what's global business celebrity, international speaker, business marketing expert, best-selling author, executive producer, a media commentator, and we always put in there sometimes cowboy, because if you ever see me, I don't wear a suit. I don't wear a tie. I wear jeans. I always wear a pink shirt because it stands out. Okay, that's one of the things I do. And I'm always in cowboy boots. That's the name of the game. That's all. That's what I wear. It's what I always wear. That's what I do. That's my look. Then I want to start to think about, then how do I leverage my expertise? Well, to win, I've got to be able to show that I was a celebrity CMO. I was a Fortune 100 executive, that I've been multiple business owners, types, businesses, kinds. I can go everywhere and anywhere, and I'll do every bit of media possible to make friends and be memorable. I'm there to serve. Okay. Now, a lot of speakers don't always look at it that way. I always say, what can I do for you? How can I when I check in the night before to let them know I'm in the city, things like that. Make mic checks. They say, well, we do these mic checks, sound checks for you. I said, they're not for me. They're for you. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. You're going to put the quarter in. I'm going to go for the full ride no matter what. So, but if you want me in a mic check, I'll be in a mic check. You want me there early, I'm there early. I don't show up 5 minutes ahead of time. I show up hours ahead of time, bring my stick, give them. I do things like that. That's why I get rehired over and over and over. On top of it, I'm just really good at what I do. You don't get to be in the Hall of Fame by being a shitty speaker. Okay. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to blow it up. We're going to rub elbows. I'm going to be a content star. I'm going to work on the brand. And then I'm going to continue to try to be as much eye candy as I possibly can. I would show you, every year I'm on the front cover of numerous magazines, building my reach and doing the things that need to be done. Now, one of the other things that we do is that we spend some time really focusing in on taking care of the client. So every single week I sit down in front of a camera, usually in the news studio that we have, and I sit down and say, hi, this is Jeff Hayzlett, author of such and such book or whatever. And I talk about, and I cut a commercial. I cut a little commercial that we give to every single group so that they can use it to promote. Hi, this is Jeffrey Hayzlett, host of the C-Suite with Jeffrey Hayzlett. I'm going to be with you on October the 21st in downtown San Antonio. We'll be talking about think big, act bigger. The rewards of being relentless. So make sure that you join me and we'll learn the 5 top reasons why businesses fail. Join me October the 21st, and so you can kind of get my picture of what we do. Boom, like that. And we just cut one after another. By the way, afterwards, I usually record another one backstage and thanking the group, and we put it out on social media with hashtags and everything else. So you want to make sure that you give those little extras that you do. Now, let me give you the very best tip I can possibly give you about going and selling yourself as a speaker. So think about what audiences that you want to go speak at. And if you're going to start very small or at the beginning, you're going to have to start small, because there's no way you can kind of go unless you have a celebrity status or you're the super content person of your category. You're not going to go at that $30,000, $50,000 range. It's just not going to happen. That you're going to get whatever you can get, and might have to be for free. And then you leverage those appearances off the stage, whatever you might do, depending on what your model is. All right. But one of the things you might want to do is what industries have you been in before? Like, for instance, I always talk about all the industries I've been in, whether it's been printing, media, communications, retail, whatever. Now I can speak as an expert on those particular things. So then what are the state associations? What are the national associations of those groups? Can you go in as a workshop speaker? Can you go in as a keynote speaker? Can you go in as a breakout speaker? Whatever it might be, to be able to do that. Now, one of the cool things is you gain your category domain, meaning you're becoming more dominant in your category. I'm going to give you a really cool thing. One day, I searched my name on the internet. We all do it. So I did it. And as I look, my name, I search Hayzlett. Well, there's Guy Kawasaki and Seth Godin. What? Why are those guys buying ads on my name? And so I called my manager and I said, hey, what's going on? Are we losing speeches to Guy Kawasaki and Seth Godin? By the way, both good friends. We speak on the stages many, many times together. And they said, yeah, we have. We've lost a few. I said, I said, they must be buying the name so that, they're good team. That's smart to do. I said, how many speeches we lost? Oh, I don't know. I said, go make a list of them. So then they came back and they said, yep, we lost about 10 or 15 this last year. So that's a lot of money. So we should go after those groups the following year. Great. We put them on our list to go after. I said, now I want you to go do me a favor. Go take Guy's and Seth's name and go and look and search Seth Godin keynote. October, November, December, January, February, March, April, then by year, then by city, then by speech, then say Seth Godin keynote, Seth Godin speech, Seth Godin convention, and now put me a list of everything you can find and go back 4 years. And we did. And we came up with a list of 300 or 400 places that Seth Godin had spoken at. Now, why is that important? Because now I can go after that group and say, well, if you heard Seth, you're going to love me. I'm better looking. If nothing else. There, I'm just having a fun at Seth. I hope he doesn't hear that because he's doing my show next week. Nonetheless, he's a good friend. And so I did the same thing for Guy Kawasaki. Well, if you're known in this category, who's the leader and speaker in your category? I'm telling you, they're going to do your homework. Go start searching where they're giving speeches, and then you step in right behind, and they've already plowed it open for you. So mirror, mirror, who on the wall, who's the best of them all? Well, there you go. That's what you want to be able to do. And then you want to be able to make sure that you're getting that out. So if you go, by the way, if you go and speak, let's say for the National Manufacturers Association, then they have 50 state associations. They have an international association. There's one in the UK. There's one in France. There's one. Now you reach out to all of those. But don't forget, once you do a national, you can do the state. Or if you do the state, you can do all the other states and then the national. Okay? So that becomes a great way for you to be able to create that dream list of the things that you have to have. Now, the other thing about your brand that I want to make sure that you're really keeping at the forefront is all your collateral ammo. The key things that you're going to need is a bio. You're going to need samples of your presentations because they're going to ask you for samples, folks. So you're going to have to start to create those things or bring that together. If you got a sizzle reel, that's great. But sample videos by topics. They are going to want to see you speak. Unless you're really good at selling and convincing them, you're going to need that. So you're going to need that whole speaker kit put together. Now, we do that online. So we give them everything, anything that they want to do. Okay. So if I give you an idea of the speeches that, I typically do, last year I did 165 keynotes. 72% of those were keynotes. 28% were additional events. They're things like panels, webinars, virtual presentations. Now, this year I'm going to top over 300. Because with COVID, I'm doing more and more online, and I'm doing as many as 2, 3, sometimes 4 or 5 a day. Now, the most I've ever done a keynote, where I got paid on stage, was I think 4 in one day. I did 4 in one day, and we're hiring a plane and a helicopter to get me there because it's good revenue. 65% of our speeches are sold by us. 35% are sold through Speakers Bureau. Now, if you want to have a Speakers Bureau, you're going to have to make sure that your fees are at least at about $7,500 or they're not going to touch you. Okay? So what should your fee be? Yeah, you got it. You got to be at least $7,500 or they're going to talk to you. So the key months that we find, let me tell you this, I'm giving you some secrets here. The secrets are 65% of our revenue is booked in 3 months. July, November, and September, and our sales cycle averages about 3 months in total. I can tell you, if you want, you email me, and I will be glad to send you an event inventory and tell you what months are the hottest for sales and what months are the coldest and what months the events are really hot and what months they're off. Like in January and February, the events are very, very cold, meaning they don't have a lot of them. But sales are really hot. The hottest months for us are always July, September, and November. July, September, and November. So both for sales and events. More events occur during those 3 months than any other months, at least for most corporate events. So you want to think about that. And by the way, folks, you're now going to be thinking more about virtual. A friend of mine in $1 million speakers group that I belong to, these are speakers who make over $1 million a year, very small group. And we get together fairly regularly, and we all talk. And one of them says, I can't wait till I can get back up on stage again. And I made the comment, I can't wait till I never walk on a stage again because it's changing. And so I want you to keep that in mind. The way you thought of traditional speaking is now moving a lot more digital, and you're going to see this. And those that can jump in and get into it and do it and make it happen are going to go a lot further along than anyone else. I can guarantee you that. Okay. Now it means you're going to have to get very good at it. It's not an easy thing to do, to sit here as I'm doing right now, boom, just talking to you and doing the talk. Now, today I'm not doing my regular talk. I'm doing just something that I'm sharing that Corey and team asked me to come and do, and a friend asked me to get to do it with Corey and team. And I said, absolutely love to do it because I love to share, and then because it helps elevate this entire industry. And I would love to see you all become professional speakers, professionals who get paid for it, who do it well and know how to do it without arrogance, without to give, because the more that you give, the better it is, and so forth. We focus a great deal, and we manage our podcast with Salesforce, just like every other business, and we have a pipeline management that makes it happen. And then we're looking at those things that can help extend our brand. And obviously, a podcast is one of those. TV show, if you can pull it off, a book without question. That's table stakes now, I think, in terms of owning the category, because there's a lot of things you have to do as a thought leader. I mean, you have to be quoted to be a thought leader. You know, that's one of the big things. You have to be quoted. And it's so cool that when you hear that people are quoting you, or you see things that, oh my God, I didn't even know I said that. Those are awesome things to be able to have. You have to be hated as a thought leader, meaning you have to have haters. You have to have people say that guy's an idiot, or he's crazy, or whatever. So there's a lot of things you have to put into that to make it happen. But so those are some of the bottom line pieces. I'm running out of time, but I want to make sure that I shared those with you. I'll turn it back over to Corey, and we'll be glad to answer any questions or take up any other things you guys might have.
Awesome stuff, Jeff. Wow, I'm blown away here. I was taking notes like crazy. That's why it took me a second or two longer to get back on here. I'm going to bring Kelly back on as well. I have a couple of questions, and I had a couple of questions sent to me just actually via text right now. But
sure.
I'll let you tackle. Do you have a question or two for Jeffrey right now? Oh, I'm not sure if are you on mute, or can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. Say that again.
Oh, no, I was asking Kelly if you can hear me. Okay,
Kelly.
can you hear me?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry about that. No, I was saying, did you have a question that you might want to pose to Jeffrey before I ask him a couple?
No, go ahead. I was just so involved in what you were saying. I'm blown away. So thank you, Jeffrey. That's great. Love it.
Absolutely.
So, well, first of all, I love that you said if you want to be an influencer, you have to be quoted. I mean, inherently know that, but I haven't heard anybody say it like that before. And so it gets you thinking in a different way. Are you quotable? You know, are you somebody that people can quote? Are you saying stuff that's quotable?
Well, yeah, and not something that somebody else is saying. I mean, that's one of the other things. I can't tell you the number of times that even sometimes my stories that I tell that are about me and my experience are being retold as though that they belong to somebody else. So one thing you have to do is truly be original. And then with that originality has to become something that's quotable, something that's learnable, something that you could use. And if you want to be a thought leader at the epitome of the value chain, if you want to separate yourself from the rest, you certainly have to be quotable.
Well, and one of the and he's definitely quotable as well. One of the speakers we have coming up later today, who you're probably quite familiar with, is Larry Winget. And
Larry and I have been sharing the stage for decades. You can tell him I said hello, and he'll tell him my boots are cooler than his cowboy boots, and that'll piss him off, which is good. That'll really get him going.
I was gonna bring up the cowboy boots because of that, because you and Larry are two of the few speakers I know that you know that these guys are gonna rock cowboy boots.
Well, yeah, and you can also tell me he drinks cheap bourbon, and there you go. Those are fighting words to him. I'll tell you that right now.
Okay, I'm gonna tell him one of the two or both. So what I want to ask you then, Jeffrey, is about what I want to ask you. Somebody sent me this question: how you're dealing with, or what you're seeing, and you sort of addressed a little bit of it, but 2020 as a speaker on stages.
Yeah, you
mentioned how many talks you do. So what did you experience? Like, was it immediate? Lose these bookings? Was it shifting them over? Some of them shifting over to
absolutely. I mean, March 13th, March 14th hit everybody, and then immediately, by the way, I was also planning many events. We do over 100 events ourselves, and all of those disappeared overnight. So in a matter of 30 to 60 days, the entire business was pulled out from underneath us. So you can sit back and worry about whether you're going to make your 1K or your global on United, or, sit on the couch and eat some bonbons, or you can jump in. Look, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a nurse. I can't even sew a mask, but I am a business first responder, just like everybody else that's out there giving speeches and giving information. So I said, look, we're not going to sit here and survive this. this stuff. We're going to drive and thrive. That's what we're going to do. And so we jumped in it head first. And so while everybody else was saying, oh, we need to hug everybody and feel like we need to be, supportive. And I'm very about that. We need to be supportive, but we got to eat. We got people that need to have jobs. We have people that are counting on us to feed their kids. And so to do that, you've got to get moving. So right away, we called everybody and said, don't cancel, put it online. We'll help you. We'll show you how to do it. And they go, well, do you know how to do it? No, but listen, do you believe us? Yes. Okay, great. Then we'll show you how to do it. And so instead of having an event that would have had 150, now we're having events that have 1,500 people or 3,000 or 4,000. I'm doing an event that next week has 100,000 people online. And they're telling me one in November, we're going to have 100 million online. So, and that's worldwide. So, okay, it ain't like it used to be, folks. Get over it. Move on. Okay. It's now move into the new paradigm and let's go. That's our job. That's what we do. And that's what we should be doing. And so I look at it like, as I said before, when someone said, hey, I can't wait to get on stage again. I can't wait to get on it tonight. I'm enjoying this. Are you kidding me? I'm sitting at home, giving 4 or 5 speeches, getting paid for many of them, not all of them, I'll be clear. But I'm using those events as ways to be able to expand on my message and my own intellectual property and the business that I want to do and help others. And so in many cases, Corey, I went out to people and just said, do you need somebody? Can I help you? What can I do for you? And I called all my old clients. I called everybody and said, do you need something? And well, we don't know how we're going to do it. Well, let me help you. And so what does that do? It opens up other opportunities, but more important, you're doing the right thing for the right reasons.
Wow. So it's something you just said also resonated with me about the difference on the events now and the scope. We put this event together in about, not this one, but the previous Amplify Your Message in about 10 days and didn't even know 10 days before it was going to happen or before that 10th day it was going to happen. And I thought, wow, that's too soon to put it all together and bring it all together. Long story short, the last one, and this was just within probably about the first 5 days of it airing. So with live views and replays, and I haven't looked at it since, we were well over 20,000 that I could track. Well,
absolutely.
It'd be so hard to reach that type of audience and that number in so many other formats with 10 days notice.
Yeah. Well, and just like a podcast. So I do a podcast. I went to a daily podcast for a while to help people to kind of provide some motivation, inspiration, some education, and help people to find some kind of level of monetization as well. So I took my All Business C-Suite Network podcast on C-Suite Radio, and I went daily until it became, oh, wow, everybody's starting to settle down a little too much. Now we went back to doing it weekly. And what's been the result? Well, now because I'm in one spot, now I can live cast it. And so now I'm on Facebook, I'm on LinkedIn, and I'm getting tens of thousands of views a day. Wow, that's fantastic, where I wouldn't have had that before because I'm calling from here, I'm traveling from here, and I never had that opportunity, And quite frankly, for the rest of you guys, listen, I'm sitting at home. I'm in South Dakota. Now I have a place in New York City, and I'm in South Dakota. I haven't been back to South Dakota this much in decades, and I'm loving it. I am absolutely loving it.
So the other question that I had, Jeff, was, and I see another one in the comments here too. The other question I had was about the podcasting side of things. So the question was twofold. One, are you still looking for podcast shows on the network? And then two,
yeah.
Now, here's the other question though. They said, are you still looking for podcast guests from time to time? I mean, I'm sure you probably have guests booked out quite far.
You gotta let's just do the math. So I'll be at very soon. I'll be at 300 podcasts. That's 300 times 50 weeks, right? So that's 1,500 podcasts. Okay, I mean it's unbelievable, right? And you take that times the week. We literally need 6,000 guests a year right now. So today we have about 189 that come in through the website, just through the website a day. Of asking to be on our to be on our podcast. You can imagine though, at the same time, and we love to have guests, we love to have people, but think about this. You're also competing against our C-Suite network. So you should, if you really want to get on shows, that we take from the network first, because I got the CEO of this billion-dollar company, the head of HR for this one, the head of legal for this. So we get a lot of those kinds of guests. So we have a great inventory, but yes, we want more podcasts. I've got hundreds in the pipeline right now. We're working like crazy, Yeah, you want an affiliation as a podcaster, Corey. You know this. You want to, you can't be with CBS, NBC, Fox, because they don't have a podcast network. So I created C-Suite Radio. I took the former CBS podcast network and created C-Suite Radio. That's what I did. And here we are a year and a half later with, close to 300 podcast shows, and we're looking for more. Yesterday we signed 30 new ones. So that's 30 I haven't even counted that are going to come in. So we're bringing in other networks as part of our do. And I sell advertising on those networks. I split that 50-50 with all the hosts. We do all that stuff. So and our revenue is like a rocket on that stuff. I've never experienced something as successful and as good as this.
So then how would a person pitch or reach out, or where would you direct them to?
Email me. Just email me. Make sure that you put the E in network, though. I did that because I screwed that up.
I'm going to put that in the comments here shortly again, just to make sure people catch that.
Oh, would you please? I would love that. You just email me. Find me. Look up Hayzlett. Look up C-Suite. You can't not find me. Okay.
Jeff, one question I have is, what are you looking for in a podcast guest?
Somebody that's good. So, like, for instance, I can tell you, one time I had a guest who was on my show, who was a well-known SEO expert, and he answered everything with yes or no's. Like, dude, I mean, literally one time I asked you a question and you shook your head. Do you realize this is a freaking podcast? This is an audio show, not a video show, an audio show. And so at the end of the show, he said, how did I do? I said, not too good. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, that you're probably one of the worst guests I've ever had. I'm going to be real blunt with you. You need some media training because you were terrible. And so you want someone who can tell stories. You want someone who can give information. You want somebody that's going to impart knowledge. People are listening and they want to be entertained. They want to be educated. They want to be motivated. They want to be inspired. And if it's about business, they like to know a little bit about how to make money with it too. Okay. So, but we have podcasts we have like 28 legal podcasts. We have marijuana podcasts, Bitcoin podcasts. We have divorce podcasts. That's a big one because we got a lot of executives who do get divorces. So it's a hot one. We got Rich Dad, Poor Dad. We've got a little bit of everything you can think of. So we love the diversity of the podcast, and we love guests who can come on and, provide some education, some motivation, some inspiration, and maybe some monetization, depending on what the topic is and who the show is, Kelly, because each one does it a little bit different. I mean, there's a legal podcast that's all about ethics. So you want to talk about stories where people have breached ethics, what happened to them, and why it's better to do it the right way, So those are lessons learned. We love all that stuff.
I love it. I'm actually I'm actually using podcasts as one of my marketing methods to get my message in a bigger way, because I don't get to get on stage anymore. And so it's like, okay, I'm going to go right into podcasting, because people were asking me, to be on it. And I wasn't even pitching. I've never pitched myself to be on a podcast, but people are asking me to be on it. And I think I have to do this in a bigger way.
Because you think about a podcast you want to use to be. So I do a podcast interview a day. I'm on at least one podcast a day that my team, sometimes more, just depends on how much my day is flowing. But why am I doing that? To get the word out and to help the podcaster or whatever too. That's a good thing. But I'm going to, it's like I'm Henry Kissinger showing up for a press conference and saying, what questions do you have for my answers? Okay. Because I got my story and I'm running with it. That's what I'm going to do. So let me tell you how you use a podcast to get more speeches. I did this. So I had the president and CEO of the International Franchising Association come on. And I said, let's talk about the state of the franchising. So, and then of course I talk about how I'm on stage, so forth. He knows that, gets that. And so he then puts this out to the entire IFA, the entire International Franchising Association. Thousands of franchisors. They all have shows. They all have conventions. They all need speakers. As a result of that one interview, I booked 38 speeches in less than a month. Now, I recently had the CEO of SHRM on. You know who SHRM is? The Society of HR Management. Guess who's doing their annual convention? I just had the Meeting Planners International CEO on. Guess who's doing their convention? Hello. You use the podcast to get to the people that you want to reach. Got it? Now, and if you have an affiliation that you're with, like a C-Suite Radio, see something like that, then you're not just off by yourself. You're like I'm representing the C-Suite Radio Network, and I'd like to ask you if you'd be on my show. We have over 300 podcasts now. Now you're part of a bigger group, so it makes you look bigger too. So, and you are bigger because you are. So that's a great way, Kelly. Absolutely great way.
Well, and the other thing that really hit me was that one of my agents, my speaking bureau, she contacted me and she said, "Okay, I put you forward to this event," and she goes, "But there's like 1,000 people that are being pitched for this speakers event." And so I didn't get it. And then I thought, hold it, podcasts. Every single podcast needs a guest every single week or sometimes every day. And I thought, so I'm not competing. So as long as I'm a good fit for that podcast and they want me, I'm going to get on. Whereas
Absolutely.
if I'm going to a speaking event and I'm trying to compete against 1,000 people for one spot, why not go the opposite way and go to podcasts where they need tons of people on a regular basis?
Or do both, or do both, or do them all, depending on
But that was one of the things that hit me. So.
Yeah, it's a great way to be able to do it and reach and build your own visibility and credibility as well. And quite frankly, a little bit easier than doing it from a speaking perspective. So. Not to knock speaking, because we want to use speaking as well. You use speaking as a tool. I'm telling people right now that if you're looking at speaking, and I'm speaking to a lot of professional speaking groups, right? The National Speakers Association, and others, and I'm talking about the need to change, that speaking isn't a destination, it's a tool. If you look at it as a destination, you're going to be disappointed because the ability for a speaker to make the kind of money that they used to, or make the kind of money you would want, right? Possibly, you're going to have some very special skill sets. You're going to have to be the subject matter expert. You're going to have to be a celebrity of some kind in order to get those fees. Otherwise, you're going to be down here, which is still okay down here, but you've got to have something else that you want to use it for, to use it as a tool. And so you want to think of it from a marketing perspective. It's a little different than it's not a destination anymore. It's unless you're really that good. If you're really that good, okay, it can be a great destination, but it's going to be harder and harder. So find the other mediums for you to tell your story, and podcasting is the perfect one because anybody can do the podcast.
Right.
So, Jeffrey, we have one last question. I know our next guest is here as well. So I'm going to just ask you this one quick question. Somebody else just said, "Hello, Jeffrey. Great to hear you speak again." Sherry McQueen is her name. I'm not sure if you know her.
Hi, Sherry. Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, she said, "Great to see you speak again." Another Facebook user asked, and I say Facebook user because the StreamYard shows it as Facebook user. I want to thank everybody. And she asked, "What's your favorite platform?" And in brackets, she put Zoom, StreamYard, etc. to use for virtual events.
I'm a little partial towards Zoom because I was one of their very first customers. So Eric, the CEO, and I are friends, and so I started with Zoom. In fact, if you've ever been on Zoom and you ever recognize that leave button in the corner, or the one that says stop and it's red, he calls that the Jeff Hayzlett button, because very early on when he started that company, I called him and said I was livid because I was using Zoom and I couldn't get up. I couldn't hang up. I couldn't figure it out. Now, before anyone says boomer and I come through that stage, okay, just let me know. I am a baby boomer with I'm a millennial trapped in a baby boomer body. So just so you know, I typically, so I called him and said, "Hey, listen, that's a real problem. I can't find out." He said, "Right there. It's right there. It's right there." And it was written. I said, "Why don't you make it red or something so we know that means stop, okay? This means go. That means stop." Sounds like it should be good. Next day, he called me and said, "Hey, look, Jeff, look." And I looked, and they had red letters that said stop. Now they have a button. So I tend to go, I don't care what the platform is. Use the platform that's best for your customer or your client. That's one. Second, if I'm doing it, we use Zoom only because it's integrated with OTB. We use a software called OTB, which allows us to broadcast in different ways, and we're also laying it down for different tracks. So lots of different ways that we can do that. StreamYard's been really good. Lots of great platforms out there. There's so many. You just find the one that works for you and use it. That's the one you want, and that's the way I would say it. But we tend to go with Zoom because it's easier, and we know it, and we've been in it. We've been with Zoom for 6 years, I think now. So.
Wow. So, Jeffrey, this has been an absolute pleasure. I knew it would be. My only other question, which I guess is maybe the most important one, and you kind of answered this along the way as well, but if people want to reach out and connect with you and find out more about you, maybe something we didn't even ask you about, your email, that's still the easiest answer?
That's the easiest answer, the best way. I see that some people, I just looked at my email, and I see some of you already reached out. So we'll be glad to help you in any way, shape, or form. So my pleasure. And I want to thank Erock, who got us connected, because he said, will you do this event? I said, absolutely. And so I'm so glad that you invited me. I'm honored and blessed that you gave me the chance to come and speak with you today. Oh,
it's been my pleasure and our honor. I think Kelly would say the same. And Erock is on co-hosting with me tomorrow. So he'll get a day for stage time.
He's an animal. That guy makes more money than Warren Buffett some days. So there you go. He does a good job. Thank you.
Awesome stuff, my friend. I so appreciate you. We'll let you run, but we'll make sure that people circle back and connect with you and reach out, and we'll wave the flag for you everywhere we can.
My pleasure.
Thanks so much, Jeffrey. Talk to you soon.
See you on the stage, everybody. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. So, Kelly, with your permission, I'm going to bring our next guest right on. Again, we're really close, so I want to make sure we maximize everybody's time. Down to the last two guests. I'm going to say I'm going to bring this guest right on, but I'll do a little drum roll. I don't know if I can do a drum roll. That's not very good, probably, as a drum roll. And my screen's bouncing because of it, trying to do that on the laptop. But this next guest, I've gotten to know him over the past, I'd say, year. Really respect everything he's doing. And I love the fact that he is also continuing a legacy brand at the same time as building his own message and brand as well. And I'm going to bring him on, and I'm going to say some people may recognize his last name. And if you see it there, I thought Jesse might have it on the screen. You may recognize that last name because it's not a very common last name. But what I love about Jesse is he's carving his own niche out in a similar industry to the one that his father started in. So, Jesse, I'm so excited to have you here today. Jesse, I don't know if you want to take a second or two to introduce yourself and the work that you do, but I'm just super stoked to have you here.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay? Everything good?
Sure.
You bet.
Hey, what's going on, Corey? Hi, Kelly, and thanks so much for having me. Hi.
Great to meet you.
Yeah,
I took your dad's course. I don't know. I think it was about 15 years ago. So I took his 2-day course, and I loved it. It was great content.
That's the common theme is everywhere I go, everyone's taken one of Harv's courses. And, one of the reasons that I actually started online was to continue his brand. So in early 2011, Harv ended up selling a portion of his business in America. And I noticed an opportunity to take him online because I was doing affiliate marketing and things like that. And so I really just wanted to continue his legacy as far as getting the information that he's helped so many people with from the offline world online, right? And so that's what happened in 2012. So 2012. And we've been working together, ever since. And we've, created a really nice business together. And that's kind of where I got my start as far as learning how to create online brands with thought leaders, experts, and people who are just getting started online.
Awesome. I love it, Jesse. And, this is the question I've asked everybody today, so I need to ask you this question as well. 2020 has been a different beast for business for, I think, everybody. It's interesting. The common theme, we've had speakers on today, like Jeffrey, who was just on, who can speak 200 days a year. And he said the same thing as everybody else. March 13th, boom, the speaking engagements just started disappearing. And so it's been a common theme. Of course, he has a lot of other businesses, so he was able to pivot quite quickly. But I'm wondering what it's looked like for you so far. I mean, how's 2020 looked? Have you guys had to pivot? And if so, how have you pivoted? I just love to first start out with what's 2020 done so far in your side of things.
Yeah, what a strange year, right? It's been weird. But this was kind of my first go as a CEO through like a crisis, right? So honestly, when it first happened, I was very lax about it. I was like, I'm online already. There's not really going to be that much a difference. But I'm in a few high-end, coaching and masterminds, and everyone who was through like the 2008 and anyone who's been through a crisis before, like went right into crisis mode. And I was like very surprised and taken back. Like, these are all online people, of the action and urgency and timeliness of them getting in front and leading by example. And so basically just being in an environment with people who were taking it so seriously really made me question, like, okay, do we need to make a pivot? Do we need to change what we're doing? Do we need to take some new actions? And so after talking to them and learning more about what I really need to do, we did need to make some quick decisions of not just setting ourselves up for the short term to survive, but also making sure that we're not going down a path where we're going to struggle in the long term. So we definitely did make some minor adjustments that have really resulted in us having a lot of success. One of the adjustments was community first, students first, service at the highest level, like exceeding expectations through everything that we were doing. So we reached out to every single one of our coaching students personally. We talked about the situation. We told them we'd give them some free crisis type coaching. We really went over the top to make sure that they knew that they were supported and that they had their back. We started a free community online where I was giving free workshop, free trainings, free content, just helping people manage the situation, because I knew that at that specific time, they were looking for a leader to follow. And they needed someone to kind of pull them out of the funk that they were going through, or the shock, the sticker shock of like, what is even happening, right? And so now that community, we started on Facebook. It's a free Facebook group that I manage and facilitate, is now at 12,000 people that started at nothing, right? And it's a really fun community that we like. It's supportive, it's impact driven, and it's given me a chance to amplify my message if I'm on brand with Your Talk, right? And amplify my message at a huge scale, and really not only connect with our students at a very deeper level, an intimate level, but also monetize, right? Because we need to make sure that we are staying afloat as well. So we went into safety mode, but also like we really played offense. And I think that's the message we went after, was we need to protect the house, but go on offense completely. And offense is not offense based off money. Offense was based off service. It was based off of really just serving at the highest level. And we haven't stopped. We really haven't stopped serving at the highest level, because it's kind of now this ingrained feeling in our business, and our students love it. And we're just doing so much better just from it, with the connection standpoint, and really hitting our message and nailing the points that we really want, but also expanding our product line. So I was able to launch my own first product that was really good. I've hosted a couple free challenges that have just resulted in amazing transformations. We've been able to experiment some really close connection type stuff. So I mean, I don't think if you didn't take action, like, you'd be in a lot of trouble right now. I don't necessarily know if you needed to pivot, like, because I wasn't doing anything live speaking, right? So like in person. So we didn't have to pivot in that message, but we did pivot the way we did business at a very different level. And it's definitely resulted in us paying off for sure.
Well, and to that point, I mean, I'm on your email, so I got to see whenever during the time, when COVID was really prevalent, meaning like the first week or two when it was hitting everybody. Maybe it was like the first, I'm going to say 2 months. I know that you guys did some stuff with being able to buy all of Harv's stuff at a combo price and discounting stuff. But here's how you tied it to the pandemic, is you made the comment, which was obviously valid, that it's a struggle right now for a lot of people. They want to find a way out, they want to pivot, but at the same time, financially, it might not look like what it did 5 weeks ago or 6 weeks ago. So in other words, you talked about that and said, here's why we've reduced the price. So it wasn't just we reduced the price because we want to sell more. No. We reduced the price because we understand what's going on out there.
Yeah. And everything always has to have a reason to it, right? Whatever you do, like, you can't be off and like out of integrity for what we do. Like, this is the reason why we're in this business, in the personal growth space, is like to solve people's problems. And, we knew that mindset, we knew that business principles, we knew that marketing, we knew that financials of this time, managing your money and doing it in a certain way, is a prevalent topic for them to need to improve right now. Like, there was no waiting for them to be able to like stop themselves from moving forward. And if price was that factor, we wanted to lower the barrier. So we did something like insane for our students, stuff that would cost like $2,000. We did it for like $200. We made it like really tied to stuff. We gave to charity. We really did our best to build ourselves into the message to help, again, translate our message of service, not translate our message in money. Because when we do this on an ongoing basis of serve at the highest level, the result is money. And that's what ends up happening. Like, we're not focused on the money. Anytime we focus on the money, our campaigns usually flop. Anytime we focus on service and really going over the top and really just putting ourselves in the student's best position and really like, how are we solving their problems and making their life easier? That always results in a lot more money. And it's very indirect. And that's just the way that business should be run, right?
Absolutely. Well, we had Jeff Hoffman on, was it yesterday, Kelly? Or was it yesterday? Or no, I think it was day one. So Jeff Hoffman is with Priceline. I think he's the founder of Priceline.
Okay.
He's created multiple businesses. He's a billionaire. And he actually talked about this, about, what you were just talking about, in the sense that he's never ever focused on money.
Yeah.
And any entrepreneur he's seen that's solely focused on money always struggles.
Yeah.
And even if they do accumulate some, they're probably always struggle personally because it's never enough. But yet he said every time he sees somebody focus on serving others, so service, or giving to others, the money almost always comes.
Yeah. Always.
And so it's interesting how that's the case, but how people still want to focus on the money. Like we find these things, and yet we're still doing them. But one of the things I want to ask you about is, and one of the things that your father's message spoke to me on, Harv Eker talked about resetting your money blueprint.
Yeah.
And I always like that because, we had him on my show, I don't know, 5 years ago. And one of the things he said was, too many people focus on the problem. We need to start focusing on the opportunity.
Yeah.
And so he says, focus on problem solving.
Yeah.
Rather than opportunity seeking.
Yeah. And
so I always love that message, but he also talks about resetting your money blueprint, and how I love how he said that, if he met somebody today and they never changed their money blueprint, he could look at their bank account and their habits for the last couple of months and tell them what their bank account's going to look like in 10 years.
Right.
If they don't change any of their habits. And we find with people that win the lottery that are back to the same place before they won the lottery 2 years later. So can you talk a little bit, because you talked about the money side and understanding that, right now it's a struggle for a lot of people money-wise. Can you talk about that a little bit in terms of what you guys have experienced, that most people struggle with money, and how they could change that up a bit?
Yeah. So, awesome. I love that he's on brand and on message with all the things that he says, obviously. And that's why he's done so well. But when it comes to the money side of things, it's more than just a money habit. It's a money belief. And that's where we got to start, is the beliefs, because our beliefs are what creates our thoughts are what creates our feelings are what creates our actions what creates our results. And so when we look at our results and they're not what we want, we have to start at the beginning. We can't just start at the actions. We can't just say, let me change my action, I'm going to change my result. Most likely that's not a long-term solution. Maybe it'd be a short term. Maybe if you're watching this right now, you might be saying like, well, I've changed my actions, but like, how long did that really last? Let's talk about resolutions, right? Like, how long do they really last when you just try to change your actions? We have to go back even more to the thoughts and the belief system that they have. And beliefs are created by what you hear, what you experience, and the incidents that happen in your life. So usually early on in your childhood, when your role models, when the people you look up to, when they're saying something, experiencing something, when you have some stress about something, you create these ingrained beliefs that then create your thoughts, feelings, and actions as you grow up. As you get older and experienced and more jaded, I guess would be the word, you start to experience more things. You have different thoughts about things, which then again makes your thoughts, feelings, and actions different. So if you really want to change the way that you're money and approaching money, we have to look at really what's your belief around money. Are you someone who doesn't like that, like is shying away from money, where it's like, well, money doesn't solve all problems, and you have this kind of like a mixed relationship with money? Well, then you're going to have a mixed relationship with actually receiving money, right? Your relationship with money is a very dictation of how much money you're actually going to have. If you love money, like the result of money and what it stands for, of how you can help people, how you can help yourself, how you can help your family, and what it can do to your life to make it easier, then of course you're going to go about tracking it even more, right? And so we need to look at the beliefs that you really have. So what is your belief system around money? And if you can at least identify it and become aware of it, and really, how do you become aware of it? Well, look at your results. Like, that's what you need to do. Like, look at your results. Why are you doing what you're doing? Why are you feeling what you're feeling? When you have a conversation about money, what happens to you? Do you shrink? Do you get upset? Do you trigger yourself? What are the common things that come up with you when the topic of money happens? Do you think it's rude when someone's talking about how much money they actually have? Is that triggering you? Those are indications that you have some sort of belief system that can be negative or non-supportive towards your belief system. And so what we want to do is we want to take those non-supportive beliefs and change them to supportive beliefs so that it's more congruent, again, with your thoughts, feelings, and actions to creating a result. So that's the first step, is become aware of those belief systems. Then understand them. How did you actually get them? Was it an experience that you had? Was it an incident you had? Was it an actual thing that you saw going on or something that you heard? And then I want you to just actually question the belief. Is a belief true or false? Well, it's a belief, right? So there's no real answer to that because there's no truth to that. There's no false to that. Like, your belief system, Corey, and your belief system, Kelly, is different than my belief system because we've experienced different things in our life. We've had different experiences. We've heard different things. So we all have different belief systems ingrained in us, and none of us are right and none of us are wrong. It's just what's supportive and what's non-supportive to your life. So once you're aware of it and you understand it, then you have the power to change it, right? And then once you can change it to be something more supportive and you work on becoming more supportive and you keep ingraining that to support yourself instead of not support yourself, and reframe and come up with different ways to look at things with a new lens, a new perception of life, then you will start to see a different result with your money, not just with making more money, but saving more money and also changing your habits around money. So the first way that we change habits around money when you're ready for it is simply managing it. Most people are so lazy when it comes to managing their money, and they wonder why they don't have any of it. Well, you have to actually manage your money in an appropriate way on the personal side, and if you're in business, on the business side, for you to have it. Let's, on the business side, if you just made all your money and spent it all, well, you won't have business very often, right? There's different ways that you manage your money. When it comes to your personal life, people have a checking and savings account. What good did that do for you, right? It doesn't do much. And then when they have to buy presents, when they have to do something, they go into the checking account and they wonder why they don't have any checkings left or savings or whatever it is. So what we do for managing your money, Harv created this amazing, simple money management system that you could go on harveker.com, check out the blog. It's called the 6 Jars Money Management System, world famous, most simple and effective way to manage your money. And it's all about creating different positions for your money so that you live with different things. So like for me, like I have a vacation fund. I have like a financial freedom fund where I do all my investments. I have my necessities of what I do. I have my play money that I just go and blow something. Like if I really want to buy myself a new Apple Watch if I want, and I don't feel bad about it. And I have savings and I have rainy day. Like I have different things for different parts. And if I run out of money in that account, guess what? I don't go into any other accounts because that's the way that we manage our money. So that's the first thing, is just, belief system, then managing your money, and the rest you think about: how do you make more money? How do you invest your money? How do you create financial freedom for yourself?
And Jesse, what's really funny is I still remember your dad telling the story about how he took you guys to the bank account or to the bank with your little bags of money and your little jars or whatever. So it's so fun now to see that you're an adult and you've got these money plans in place. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, the number one reason why my net worth is so high at my age is because I've managed my money. Like I had the strict discipline of, hey, I'm going to put 40% of my income, which is not normal, but 40% income into my investment accounts, financial freedom account. And that's the main reason why in only a couple of years I would be able to have such a high net worth at my age. And it's because I started managing my money so young. And I took some break because I wanted to rebel off my dad. And I was like, hey, you don't know anything. And then I came back and had no money again. And then I said, okay, this stuff really works, right? So then I started managing it when I started making some good money again. And after college, when I went on my own. And that's kind of like, the position I'm in. And the people who actually do it have money miracles. Like they actually start to make more money just because they do it. They attract it. They do it in the correct way.
Yeah. And to that point, it's funny because it sounds like, and this is going back quite a while, but when I last talked to her on an interview, we talked about this, about how he lost all his money at one point, and that's what made him realize it's got to be done a different way. I think if I remember correctly, I might have the story a little bit backwards, but it made his first $1 million, lost it, and then I think he went to a gentleman who had a lot of money and said, "How do I do it?" And he said, "Well, different than you're doing it now, because you're doing it wrong." Yeah. And he basically said, if you want to do what wealthy people do, start studying wealthy people and getting around wealthy people and learn what they do differently. And so I may have that a little bit wrong, but I know that he made a significant amount, but didn't keep it. And then he had to start from scratch. So it's funny because it's almost like you had to follow the same pattern, Jesse, where you had like said, I'm gonna learn this on my own, and I don't think what he's teaching is right. And it's funny because it sounds like he kind of went through the same rebellion.
Yeah, honestly, I like if I look at my career, it's like pretty much identical to Harv's. Like he struggled for his first 14 years. He had a way longer struggle than I did, and had like 12 different businesses and jobs. And when I look at my early career, I had shiny object syndrome. Like all I wanted to do was make more money. All I wanted to do is, so I'm jumping from network marketing company to network marketing company. I'm going from affiliate business to social media consultant. I'm doing all these different things and not having any success in one thing. So, once I went from a real estate investing company to doing the flipping myself, like there was just a lot of movement, and that was the lack of focus of, hey, I want to do my own path. I want to beat my own drum kind of thing. And the ego as far as I want to do this myself versus, listening to someone who's been in the experience in the seat that I want to be in and actually like absorbing that. So, but sometimes when it's your dad and sometimes when, you want to prove them wrong. Right. And he was right, obviously. And so, I have to stick with that one, but I'm very blessed with the opportunity to be able to have a built-in mentor in my pocket kind of thing.
Absolutely. And we talked earlier today about, especially with COVID and people having to pivot, about the importance of having multiple streams of income. And I know Herb believes in that as well. I know you believe in that as well. So can you talk to that also, like the importance of us having more than one stream? I mean, it's perfect example today because we're talking a lot about speaking, and the whole speaking business has, like it was a week before it happened. If I would have asked 90% of speakers, they would have said, "Oh, everything's fine." Like everybody was kind of like, I said it earlier, caught with their pants down almost. Nobody expected this. And the speakers that had, like myself, had other things going on, it really actually didn't really hit me as hard at all, really, as it would have. We had Anthony Trucks on earlier, and Anthony speaks on Brendan Burchard's stage and a lot of big stages. And Anthony said, like, he was already winding down and switching gears anyway. So, I mean, there's a lot of speakers that were ready to pivot, but I'm sure there's just as many, probably more, that weren't. And everything was tied into speaking. And if they had multiple streams of income, it wouldn't hit them as hard. So I'd love to get your thoughts on multiple streams.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people have a misconception when it comes to multiple streams of income. So what we believe in, at least, is don't have multiple streams of active income unless it's under the same umbrella of what you're doing. So if my business is all about helping people build brands and I do it live, in person, online, and I have a few different diversity as far as income streams coming into that business, that's what I would believe is a good indicator for active income of multiple streams of income, like diversity of income. But what I think a lot of people make a mistake is, I'm going to start this business, I'm going to do this business, I'm going to have my hand in this business, I'm going to have my hand in this business because I want to diversify just in case I do all these different businesses. But those people usually struggle in what they're doing. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that and be in different businesses, but I think what people do is like, I start this business, then I don't make it as successful as I can be. I don't maximize it. And then I go do this other business and I do this other business. I'm spread now too thin without any real leverage, without any real systems, without any real processes. So when it comes down to multiple streams of income, my first gut check reaction is don't do it unless you have a difference between active income and passive income. So active income is what you're actually working in and day out to actively bring in income. Passive income is all about where are you putting your money to work for you, or how do you have someone working for you to give you passive income? So those are the 2 days that I would always separate. I never do multiple different streams of active income. Whenever my active income gets to a place of maximization, systemization, and processes, then I start to leverage myself out of that active income, go into a new active income system, And then that becomes passive income for me, right? Where it's like very minor management or very minor parts to it. So that would be my first thing, is definitely don't do too much, right? Because we all know that starting a business, growing a business, building a business takes 100% of your energy and effort all the time. Like, right? Like, unless you have like a solid team, great track record, you've just been doing this forever. Like, you need to be in your business mostly, unless you have a leadership team to take you out of the business, right? Or at least some good management or whatever you do. So when I think of income, like multiple streams of income inside your active income stream, again, it's how do I create some parts for my business that is going to keep me safe if I guess the shit hit the fans, right? So, you know, if you're only advertising on Facebook right now and Facebook ads shut you down, well, now you are screwed, right? That's your primary revenue driver. Where's your safety net, right? So like, you should be diversifying. Same with speaking like live in person. Now that we know that this could be, you know, a quick shift in modalities, because we didn't really know that at the time, right? But now that we understand that there could be a really easy shift for us to do, well, we need to have that virtual online plus in our back pocket when the speaking live goes back on. Let's do that as well. So now we've created two different types of income streams with different types of different modalities that we can actually bring in different income. So it's more of like diversification within your business of how do I create safety within my business and looking long term. Another thing is like partnering with different people. Like Corey, you have these talks of doing all these different people, bringing us together and doing like some great talks for that. But like, you also have your own thing, right? So now you've diversified in two different ways where you have your own part, but you also have these multi-speaker parts, which is like the lead gen. And that's two different ways of how you're bringing in income for the same active income that you're doing. So that's what I believe. You know, maybe people believe something different, and there's obviously outliers to everything when it comes down to it, of these superhumans like Elon Musk. But when you really look at like someone like Elon Musk, he actually went into the business like PayPal or something like that, helped build it, and then started these different things. But now he's just a different beast out of it all, and he can do that. We're not Elon Musk. We're normal human people. And I don't think most people want to be Elon Musk, right? So, you know, do what obviously is least pressure for yourself, right? Take the pressure off yourself. That's what I always say. And just be smart with what you're doing, and just don't overdo it with trying to go crazy with these multiple income streams, but make sure that you're diversified in a way within your active, and then also taking your active income and putting that into a passive income structure so that you are creating passive income for yourself. So, you know, when it comes to myself, like, you know, I'm in the markets, which didn't do well at the beginning, but is doing great now. You know, we have a lot of real estate. We have a lot of different types of investments that are diversified, and we're still making money right now. One of the investments absolutely tanked, but I'm not worried about it because I have all these other ones that I'm worried have in the bank right now. So it really comes down to just being smart with what you're doing and not stretching yourself too thin.
Love it. So Jesse, I have a question here from the comments.
Okay.
And I think I know maybe what your answer is going to be to this, but I never like to assume. But George Morris is asking, what if you have no desire to change? My dad provided to our local neighbor any assistance they needed, independent of any ability to match his actions to some payment. I help people and generally do not think about payment either. So he's asking, what if you're happy with the way things are? So I think I might know how you're going to answer that, but I shouldn't assume. So love to hear that.
Yeah. So I think like it really comes down to, if you're not evolving, you're kind of dying, right? So if you're not continuously learning, you're kind of shrinking, right? And so there's no straight line to what we're doing, right? So you're either, you know, going up or you're going down. And so even if you want to change, you know, unfortunately, when you don't change, other people will change, other things will change, other ways are going to evolve. So like, again, like if you were stuck on being a speaker, right, and you didn't want to evolve or you didn't want to change, well, you're not really going to be around for much longer, right? So I know you don't have maybe the desire to change, but what I would challenge you to say is, how do you create the desire to change? And that's what I would want you to think about. Stop thinking about your own self and start thinking about other people that you affect with what you do. So what's the impact that you're making, not only on your family, but the people around you, the community, but really, what's the impact of what you're doing for your customers as well? Start thinking about them. Because if you're actually solving a problem for people and you're helping them, then why don't you want to solve a problem for more people? And if you want to solve a problem for more people, then you can help more people, right? So, maybe you need to take the pressure off yourself of you changing, but you need to do it for someone else. And that might give you a little more inclination to make the adjustments for creating a new desire to change. And a change doesn't mean that you need to change anything that you're doing, but more evolving to the next level, I would say. And that's kind of like what I would think that would be a suitable answer. Does that kind of hit you points on you, Corey, or are we off?
No, that's awesome. So I have one more question for you, Jesse, before we bring things to a close. Somebody, and they sent me this as a text, but they said, what is Jesse's role with Eker International?
Yeah.
I started to say that earlier.
That's a good question. So I'm the managing director. So basically, I co-founded the Eker online brand. So we basically took a lot of his live in-person events and repurposed them and put them as home study courses online, created online courses and coaching programs for people who are interested in personal success and financial success. So my role is running the day-to-day operations and leading the team and really growing the business as far as direction, strategy, vision of where the Eker online brand goes. I have a team of 16 people that I manage on there. So it's been, a fun ride as far as learning so much from starting with just myself, him, his partner, Michelle, and my wife, Jen. And it was 4 of us. And, it's been different as we've grown. We've gone up, we've gone down, it's been peaks and valleys, but we're at a really good spot right now. So that's my role as kind of just the managing the strategy, overall vision, marketing. And now I'm becoming more my own personality of my own brand. So, Harv's brand is one thing, but I want to also create my own brand and my own legacy as well with helping people build brands online. So that's kind of like my forte. I did it with Harv. I've done it, and he's been able to leverage himself out without having to do too much work. And that's kind of what I teach, students as well, is how do they create their own personal brands and business brands online so that they can create the lifestyle that I've created online and also, create some sort of sustainable business for themselves as well.
Awesome. Well, Jesse, Eker, I knew this would be a pleasure. Thank you so much. It absolutely was. Kelly, I don't know if you have anything else you wanted to ask Jesse before we let him in, but I guess the most important question, Jesse, is how can we connect with you, learn more, all that kind of good stuff, and then I'll let Kelly ask anything else she may want to ask.
So this is my first time using this type of link, which is exciting. So it's jesseeker.com/amplify. And it's jesseeker.com/amplify. That's going to just take you to our community. So I really am really strong about community. I really go over the top as far as delivering and servicing our students and really facilitating some evolutions, transformations, and really helping you take your life to the next level as far as your business goes. And so I want to just invite you guys to join this community completely free. It's on Facebook. It's almost 12,000 people we have on there. I do, lots of different trainings and video content for you, but it's more engagement of the community and just making a bigger impact and service for what we do as a whole. So I want to invite you guys to that because that would be super fun to have your group of people there, a lot of like-minded people, and let's just take our lives to the next level.
Awesome. Well, like I say, Jesse Eker, this has been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Awesome. So we'll let you run, Jesse, and then we will bring our next guest on to finish out what has been a powerful day. So thank you, Jesse. So I want to maximize their time, bring our next guest on. I've had the opportunity to interview him in the past, once in the past, and it was an amazing interview. I know he'll pull no punches, so I'm really excited to hear what he says, especially with the world we're in right now with 2020. So I'm going to bring Larry Winget right on. Larry is a multiple-time New York Times bestselling author and the pit bull of personal development. And last time I interviewed you, Larry, you had the cowboy boots in the background. So I was wondering if they'd be there today or not.
No more cowboy boots in the background for me. I moved, downsized, changed my life, and you put on the same outfit every day for 15 years. Eventually you go, holy crap, I'm tired. Try something else.
I totally get that. Well, speaking of the note of boots, Jeffrey Hayzlett was on earlier, and he said to tell you he has better boots than you do.
Well, I call BS on that for sure. I got 135 pairs of custom-made cowboy boots, so I still think I got the best boots. I just don't wear them anymore.
he said, tell him that. That'll get him riled up. So we said we tell him for sure.
Not much gets me riled up anymore. So there you go.
Awesome. So Larry, what I was thinking of doing today, if it works okay for you, is we got a bunch of submitted questions that I'd like to pose to you about the speaking world, because that's, we're talking a lot about speaking today. And maybe I'll start off with the biggest one, which is 2020. What does it look like for you speaking? Because obviously we're not in the same world anymore as far as live stages.
Well, this has become the stage right here that we're looking at. Expectations are different. I am used to, for 30 years, standing on stage, being kind of bigger than life with a big presence and a big message. You have to tone that back in this world. You have to bring it into a screen where you're this big for people. And so it can't be exactly the same as it was. I also think the idea of one more talking head getting out there and pontificating all their crap, I think those days are over. I think it has to be more interactive. It has to be like this. I think people are tired of speeches. I personally am sick of speeches. I'm sick of speakers, and I think everybody is, but people are interested in a good conversation. And if they get to be a part of that conversation, even by observing a good conversation, then you still can have some impact.
So from your perspective, are you doing a lot of Zoom now and a lot of online, or are you winding down as far as that goes? Are you doing less of that, or what's that look like for you now?
My goal in life is to do less of everything. So yeah, I'm doing less. I've been doing this for 30 years. This came as a welcome to me in many, many ways. And the biggest thing that came out of this for me is it has taught me how to relax. And I think that's one of the benefits that people can take from everything that happened here. Most people are not good at relaxing. Most people push too hard. Most people are always flailing, trying one more damn thing in order to be successful. Take a breath. Learn how to sit. And if you learn how to sit, you can actually become more productive, I believe.
Now, one of the things somebody asked me is, they said, if Larry was to go back to when he first started, so now let's say 30 years ago, did he have to start delivering free talks at first, or was he getting paid right from day one? That was the question that was posed.
Well, of course you do free talks at first. You got to practice and do good enough to get somebody to pay you for it. And so I went out there and gave a lot of free talks. And then I started giving a lot of talks for $50. And I gave 6 talks a day for $50 a piece for 45 minutes until I honed the craft to the point that I was able to charge. Well, I'll just say I charge a whole lot more than that right now.
So more than 50. Yeah,
quite a bit more.
I imagine. Well, and the other question, and I mean, I'm curious, you said starting early, you had to start learning the craft 6 times a day. The other question was, were you somebody that was nervous right from the beginning, or were you comfortable speaking right from the beginning?
No, I've always been comfortable being the center of attention. I like it. Here's the other thing. I don't give a damn what anybody thinks. And that's the biggest difference. Until you don't give a damn and you stop telling yourself, I'm here to change the world and make a difference in people's lives, I get so sick of speakers saying they get into this business to make a difference in people's lives. I got into the self-help industry to help myself. I do this because I'm good at it. I got better at it because I knew if I was really good at it and got better and better, people would pay me more. And I also clearly understand that people don't change because I want them to change. People change when they want to change. And my entire role in that is to just give them a couple of ideas that they might, when they've hit rock bottom and it hurts enough, they'll take action on. But these people who have this grandiose idea about the difference they make in the world, get over yourself. Go out there and give somebody something they can use to deal with a problem they're going through today. Stop this fluffing yourself up in order to make you feel good. Chances are you're not doing anybody any damn good by doing that.
Well, speaking of you being, and as you said, maybe tamed it down a little bit now, but still being very blunt and telling it like it is, something asked me as well, with the book titles that you've had over the years, do you think that they would still do well and fly now that we've gotten into a lot more politically correct society?
You know, my books still sell pretty good because here's the deal at the end of the day. I don't think people, and this is my approach to all speakers. I tell them this all the time. I don't think people believe what you have to say. I don't think people care what you have to say. I don't even think people listen to what you have to say. I think people listen to see if you care what you have to say. And I have people who hate me, hate everything that I do, hate every word that comes out of my mouth, and still buy everything that I put out there because they're looking for someone who believes what they have to say. Authenticity has never been worth more. And at the end of the day, I'm still the real damn deal. And people, I think they admire that. And they're looking for that, whether they agree with you or not.
Now, another question was about milestones. Again, we talked 30 years. That's a long career. Do you have any major milestones, or does that stuff even factor in?
My biggest milestone was when I was a very successful motivational speaker. And I realized, had a really tough time coming to this conclusion too, that I didn't like my audience. I didn't like my message, didn't like myself. And I had to have my hero's journey where I literally got in my car and
I think Larry may be froze. I don't know if you can hear us, Larry and Kelly. I think, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I must be frozen at Larry's end. There he is.
Okay.
All
We
right,
got
what did you lose?
you were right at the hero's journey, and you got in your car.
Yeah, I got in my car, drove across the country, took a box of cigars, a couple of good bottles of whiskey, a big stack of books, and a good boom box with some great music back then. And I locked myself in a hotel trying to figure out who I was. And what I realized was that I needed to go on stage and stop telling the story they wanted to hear and stop telling people what I really believed. And so I became, and I trademarked it later, the world's only irritational speaker instead of the world's one more motivational speaker. So I started telling people the truth. And it was about that time that a guy heckled me. And I turned to him and told him he needed to shut up, stop whining, and get a life. And the crowd gave me a standing ovation at that moment. And I realized that's a pretty good line. I could probably do something with that. Shut up, stop whining, get a life. I wrote it in a book. First week it was out, it went to #1 on the bestseller list, and there you go. But it was becoming true to myself and what I really believed, and what I really believe is that life's your own damn fault. And I don't care what's going on in your life. Even if you say something horrible fell on my head out of nowhere, a meteor hit me, what you do about it's still your own damn fault. Get off your ass and go to work. And all this, have a positive attitude. No, why don't you get a negative attitude so you can make a positive change? Would be much more helpful. Instead of all this feel-good stuff, people ought to be told to get off your ass and go to work. Stop blaming somebody else. Your issues are your issues. And whether you think so or not, nobody really cares. When you whine to somebody, they're just glad it's you and not them. That's the reality that more people need to hear. And I discovered that people reacted very, very well to that. That message of personal responsibility. We do live in a different world that's a little softer and a little more huggy right now. And some people think I'm a jerk, and I'm going to let that be their opinion, and I'm fine with that. But the problem is we all tend to run our lives and run our business by focus group, and everybody knows it. And if you tell me you don't like me, what was it I said that offended you? I'll never say it again. If you stick to your truth and you never compromise on that, and you stand for your values of honesty, integrity, appreciation, thankfulness, being a good human being, serving others well, if you stick to that, you'll attract the right customers instead of trying to be everything to everyone.
Now, you mentioned when you had that moment and you drove off with the whiskey, but also you mentioned books. So I'm curious, what does Larry Winget read? Like, are you a reader of personal development books yourself, or?
Oh, God, no.
I kind of thought that was the answer.
In 35 years, I've read over 5,000 books. And most of the personal development stuff, most of the business stuff right now is just a rehash of stuff that's been around a good long while. So I'm kind of over it at this point. Every once in a while, I'll see something that grabs my attention and I'll read it. And there's some good business stuff coming out that's still very relevant. But I think we're so busy right now looking for the next big new. Here's a new idea. You want to bet? I bet it's not a new idea. And what people need to be reminded of is go back to the old stuff. You know, sales has never changed. Find a problem and solve it. Alleviate somebody's pain. The more the problem costs, the more you can sell your solution for. That's the basis of sales. Don't make that complicated. How do you get them to buy? Ask them.
So, Kelly, I don't want to take away any thunder from you. Do you have some questions for Larry that you can pose in between?
I'm just enjoying listening. I really am. So, and I don't know much about Larry, so I'm really excited just to listen. I'm a good listener. That's my thing. So.
Okay. Well, I saw a comment in passing. Somebody said your health is your responsibility. I think Larry would agree with that. It was just somebody's comment on the side.
Everything in your life that's going on, you had some cause in. You created something. And believe me, I get a lot of pushback about that. I don't care. Again, even if something happened to you, what you do about it is still up to you. So that's the level of responsibility that I believe we all need to step up and take. You know, I wrote a book called Your Kids Are Your Own Fault. Got a lot of pushback on that. No, I'm sorry. Your kids are your own fault. I've been on shows and podcasts where they had people on a panel against me saying, my 18-year-old is out of control. Your 18-month-old was out of control. If you'd have had control over him when he was 18 months old, you wouldn't have the same 18-year-old that you've got today. That's your fault, not his. People don't like to hear that. You're broke because you want to be. Another one of my titles. Yeah, you are. Sorry, that's the way it is. We have 50% of our society that spends more money than they earn. That's your choice to do that. So reminding people the cold, hard, ugly truth, that goes back to the old ways. Again, honesty, integrity, raise your kids, give people all that they pay for every single time, work hard on the job that you've been hired to do, serve people well, be nice. There are lots of new ways to reframe that in this supposed new world, but still it all goes back to a handful of core values and principles.
And one of the things that somebody asked me, and I think they're wanting to get back into what it was like early on, but they said, what are some important questions a person should ask a publisher when they're wanting to publish a book with them?
You get to ask publishers questions?
Apparently.
That's one of the dumbest ideas in the world that people say. I have people who write books and they go, you know, I'm going to interview publishers. Really? You're going to interview probably a vanity press so you can negotiate the price you'll pay them. But legitimate publishers who come to you and pay you to write a book, you need to remember they're in charge and they know how to get books in bookstores. Listen, it's easy to write a damn book. Listen, I've written so many books. It's easy to write a book. It's hard to sell books. It's hard to sell a book. So all the publisher wants to know, how many books can you sell? That's all they want to know. How big's your list? Who do you know that can influence sales? And how many television shows can you get on? How many podcasts can you get on? Now, I'm real fortunate. I can get on a lot of TV shows. And I'm a regular on a bunch of TV shows and networks. So that really helps. But even after writing 6 New York Times, Wall Street Journal bestsellers, it's hard to sell books. It just is. Especially when everybody and their dog is printing one these days.
So true. Well, what about something that maybe early decisions or things that you decided to do, or the question is what has cost him the most amount of money, like a decision or a mistake, or is there anything that pops into your head that you wish you wouldn't have done, I guess?
You know, what would have made me more money was to become the real Larry Winget earlier. But we all have a tendency to go after what the crowd is doing instead of breaking away, being willing to risk it all, and stand up and push back. When I wrote Shut Up, Stop Whining, and Get a Life, I attacked every motivational cliche that all of my buddies and all of the big names were saying. I was very fortunate that different point of view and having a different look and having a different style, I'm very fortunate that it happened when it did, because it positioned me well, allowed me to build a brand around it. If I had done that earlier, I think I could have made even more money and been more successful.
What about, I know this is a big question, and I'm not sure how you feel about legacy, that word legacy, but the question was, what would he like his legacy to be?
I have a legacy. I have 2 sons and 3 grandsons. And somebody asked me this the other day and said, Larry, you've written all those books. What a great legacy. About 30 minutes after I'm dead, nobody will be downloading Larry Winget videos and buying Larry Winget books. Again, that's people believing their own hype. It's understandable. The language of the internet is hype. The language of the internet is hyperbole. Everybody's the biggest and the best, and I'm the greatest, and all of those things. Your legacy is the influence that you've had on a very small handful of people. It's not going to matter who Larry Winget was, how many speeches he made, how many bestsellers he wrote. None of that is going to matter. None of that. I had 2 sons that I taught my values. I see their values now showing up in their sons. That's a legacy.
So down to the last few questions, Larry, you mentioned podcasting. Somebody asked me, what is Larry's thoughts on podcasting now in terms of the future of interviews and being, the future of media?
My buddy Scott McCain. Scott McCain says that podcasting got a bad name from the beginning. It should have been called radio on demand. He's right about that. Should have been called radio on demand. If that's something you're interested in doing, again, the downside of podcasting is just like the downside of self-publishing. Everybody's doing it. So how do you stand out in the crowd? How do you get people to listen to you? I read a little article the other day that said the average number of downloads overall on podcasts is about 147. Really? Who wants to mess with that? I mean, I've run 2 podcasts and I've had thousands of listeners to my podcast, and finally just said, to hell with this, I'm out. And in fact, this interview you can go on record. This is the last interview I'm doing.
Wow.
This is it. I'm done, guys. I think there's so much out there, and people have been sold on this joint venture thing. Listen, since it's my last one, I'll say whatever the hell I want to, okay?
Absolutely.
So, they've been sold on this idea, be on my podcast, and then you've got to sign a deal that says you'll force this out to your list. In other words, you want to use my good name to promote your bad name? You want to use my strong list to support the fact you don't have a list? You're actually going to use my followers to try to build your own following? If I'm a guest on your podcast, I'm doing you a favor. Today, people think they're doing the interviewee the favor. It's switched around. It's backwards. And so I think that podcasts for a while are going to be the thing to do. I think what people have to say just goes back to selling books. Is there an audience for this? How am I positioned differently and uniquely from other people? What do I have to offer they can't get from 100 other podcasters? Probably 1,000 other podcasters. People are so solution focused, and they don't seem to understand. Nobody buys solutions. People buy your understanding of their problem. And if you don't understand what people are going through, understand the pain they're going through, really identify with the problem they're dealing with, you can't sell a book, you can't sell a speech, you can't sell an idea, and you can't sell them to listen to your podcast. But everybody says, oh, let me tell you all the stuff you can do. Yeah, I can get that anywhere.
It's interesting because Jesse Eker was just on, as you probably saw, T.R. Becker's son, and Herb said one time in an interview to me, he said, you need to be, people need to become problem solvers and stop trying to be opportunity seekers. Yeah. And that seems to align with what you just said. Like you said, we need to start realizing what the problem is and solving that and stop trying just to create new opportunities.
You know, if you believe that, and I convince you that through my understanding of your problem, that I get where you are, I get what you're going through, I know what it's costing you tangibly as well as emotionally. If you believe I get you, you'll do whatever I tell you to do. The solution doesn't matter. If I told you to stand on your head and whistle the Star Spangled Banner backwards, you'd try to figure out a way how to do it, because the solution doesn't matter to you if you know I understand what you're going through.
So we're down to the last couple of questions, Larry, where it's your last interview. I got to at least ask you a couple more questions that were submitted. One person said, and you might just laugh at this question, but they said, how can I make $1 million speaking virtually? That was their question. They want the shortcut, I guess.
I don't know. Speak 100,000 times for not very much money.
That's probably the answer.
You know, people don't want to earn their way. And they don't want to do the free speeches. And they don't want to write a book that sucks. And maybe, Kelly, you might be able to idea. Your first book's going to suck, folks. I self-published 25 books before I ever wrote a book and sold it and became a bestseller. 25 self-published books. If you're not willing to suck, you're never going to become great. And seems like we're telling people, and there are lots of podcasts and lots of things going on, telling folks they can skip that process, that part of the process. You can't. You need to do a bunch of free stuff. You need to suck. You need to know that was a bad story. Probably shouldn't tell that one anymore.
I love it. The other question was around speaking tips. So if somebody said, would you give us, what would you tell us about speaking tips if somebody came up to you and said, hey, what do I need to do to get on stages more often or to crush it on stages?
Many, many years ago, I'll say 25 years ago, I was talking to a meeting planner. And they were telling me about all the other speakers they had interviewed and who they were looking at, and trying to kindly let me down that I wasn't going to be their choice. And she said, Larry, this person they have more components. They have more how-tos. They have more takeaways than you do. And I said, listen, at the end of the day, here's all you want. You don't want your audience to be bored. That's all you really care about. You're not going to check with them on the way out whether they wrote down 3 things to do or 5 things to do. That doesn't matter to you. You won't hear from your audience around any amount of content or lack of content. But if your speaker is boring, you're going to know it. So my advice is the only rule you can never break in speak. You cannot break it. You cannot be boring. You can piss people off. You can make them laugh. I do a whole lot of both of those. But it's not boring.
Yeah, somebody said here, I think it was a comment on your earlier point, anything worth doing is worth doing poorly.
Yeah, you got to be willing to suck.
Love it. So, Kelly, I want to give you a chance to ask Larry a question as well before I ask my final question.
Yeah, you know, I love what you say, because there's a lot of times, there's a few times where I've had that happen to me where my stop sign between my brain and my mouth didn't work too well. and I love that, though, because there's been times when I've said things and it's like, oh, well, that's what I meant to say, and I think that's fine. There's, you know, that's just the way it is. But my other question for you is, what's next? So if this is your last interview, what's next for you?
I do a whole lot of coaching. I work with a lot of small businesses. I work with a lot of speakers on helping them move to the next level. There turns out there are a lot of people out there who'd like to grow up and be Larry Winget and have a message that's tight and brand that's as identifiable as mine has been able to become over the years. So I work with people like that. I'm fine with the fact that stages have gone. Social distancing fits my personality perfectly. I mean, it's perfect for me. So that's what I'm mostly doing. I understand that the stages have changed. I'm fine with that. Somebody wants to pay me, and a lot of people still do, to come on and do an interactive conversation around what their business or businesses in their association are going through. I'm happy to do that. But most of this stuff, if everybody's doing it, why bother doing it?
Love it. So, Larry, I want to ask you in a second how people can connect with you. Maybe, I mean, we have a whole speaking community. They might want to grow up with Larry Winget. But previous to that, my one question I want to ask you, if you could go back in time and give Larry Winget some advice, a younger Larry Winget, what do you think you might tell him?
Be you quicker. Really? Be you quicker. So many people are wanting to be, you know, when I first started, it was you got to be the next Zig or you got to be the next Brian Tracy. And now people want to be the next folks I've never even heard of. Forget all that. Just go be you quicker, but be better at being you. You know, so many people believe that just because they have something to say, they need to say it. Maybe not. Learn how to say it well so it has the bigger impact. Learn when to say it as well. But too many people are out there just adding to the noise. Before you go out, make sure you're not just adding to the noise. You have something to say, and you say it well, and you say it in a way that other people are going to be willing to pay to have you say it.
So that's a good segue for helping people do that. How can people connect with you if they want to become the next Larry Winget, or they just want to become the first John Smith, whatever their name is?
Whatever their name is. I'm easy to find. You can just go to LarryWinget.com. I've got a very active YouTube channel if you want to see other of my rants on there and my television appearances. My books are everywhere. So it's real easy to find my stuff. So I would suggest if you want to find out more of me and what I do, go to LarryWinget.com. If you want to have a conversation, I have a person that's what they do, is have conversations with folks to see if we're going to be a good fit.
Awesome. Well, Larry Winget, I knew it would be a pleasure. It was last time. I thank you so much. Thanks for being you, being the first and only Larry Winget. I so appreciate you.
I appreciate that. Kelly, nice to meet you. Corey, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We'll let you run, but thanks so much, Larry. Always appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, wow. Kelly, that was a masterclass.
What a powerful day, though. There were just so many incredible golden nuggets. Like, I've never taken so many notes in a summit ever. So, you know, this has been awesome.
Yeah, I was struggling there because I got something in my eye and I couldn't get it out of my eye. And that's why I was like, Kelly, do you have a question? Because I was trying to get my eye. I didn't know what was going on there. So, but if that is indeed what she said, we can go on the record. His last interview, we just made history. Larry Winget's last official public interview.
Oh my God, isn't that awesome?
Public interview in this format. I imagine he's still going to do TV, but I think what he meant was like in the format of podcasting or online video.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Wow. So for everybody watching, you just had a treat. I mean, again, I'll call it a masterclass. And you could do worse than looking up Larry and learning from Larry in terms of how to make it happen on stages. I mean, as you heard, 30 years. And, you know, one of the things I appreciate and love about his work and his time in the business is he never compromised. He was truly himself and really doing stuff that most people would be scared to do. And the end result is that he impacted more lives. Even though he said, you know, I'm tired of hearing people say I'm changing lives. At the end of the day, the knowledge he was giving people were truly, truly changing lives.
Yeah, very, very, very true. What I loved about it is that he really gives you permission to actually be open and say what's on your mind. Because how many times have we not wanted to say something because we're too scared about what somebody else was thinking? And, you know, I even had an incident with myself where I said the wrong word in a school And then, you know, the event planner was pissed right off with me, and I even sent an apology letter, and, you know, but shit happens, right? You know, sometimes that kind of stuff happens. And I loved how he's so unapologetically himself.
Absolutely. And I didn't see a couple of comments because they didn't come through on other side, but one person said, I love your brand, love your boots and shirts. Another person said, my favorite people. And a third person said, yes, practice what you preach. So, and then I seen Janine, our friend Janine said, so fabulous. Thank you. Larry was super. Yeah, I mean, again, he's the real deal. And so I think people appreciate real deal. One of the things he said, Kelly, which backs up something, you know, I say at the beginning of my talks when I'm training speakers, is he said, stop trying to be the next insert name here. You know, like you've heard me say, stop trying to be Tony Robbins. Stop trying to be the next Lisa Nichols. Stop trying to be the next Steve Jobs. One of the things that make them so great is they're the first of them. Lisa Nichols is the first Lisa Nichols. Steve Jobs is the first Steve Jobs. And you got to get out of your head that you need to be the next so-and-so, because that's not how to rise to the top in any part of business, I don't think. I mean, it's okay to want to learn from others and share their expertise. I mean, I spend a lot of, you know, I might share when I'm doing a live video in the future. That's one thing, but I'm not trying to become Larry, and I'm not trying to become Tony. And I will say, when I started out, I had somebody gave me this great compliment, and I thought it was the best thing ever. They said, Corey's like the Bruce Lee of speaking. And as a big fan of Bruce Lee, that was tremendous to me. And I used to use that on my quotes and everything. And you know, I think that's still a little bit okay, because it's not saying I'm the Tony Robbins of speaking. It's the Bruce Lee. It's a different category. But at the same time, why not try to become the first Corey? And so the other testimonial I had one time is they said, he's the Canadian Tony Robbins. And that was before I shaved my head. But saying that, I mean, it was a great compliment. Obviously, I appreciate it. But again, maybe it was because I was trying to become the next Tony Robbins. Maybe I had to change. And I will say that the person that gave me that testimonial, years later, seeing me speak multiple times, like 10 years later, said, oh my gosh, I've watched you grow as a speaker. I love what you've done since. Well, it's interesting. They said I was like the next Tony Robbins then. And they're saying now, I love how you've grown. So they're actually saying I like you.
Hello? Is Corey frozen on your end too? Or is he just frozen on my end? Okay, I don't know if Corey is frozen on your end also, but I noticed that he's frozen on my end. So basically what we're trying to say is it is awesome to just be yourself. You don't need to have to be somebody else. You can just be yourself. So don't have to worry about trying to imitate other people. Learn from them, absolutely. Definitely we want to learn from our mentors and the people we look up to and our coaches, but be you. Because that's who people want to see. They want to see you. If they want to see the next Tony Robbins, they're just going to go and see Tony Robbins. But nobody can imitate Tony Robbins. So nobody can imitate you. You just need to be you. And that was what I really loved about Larry's message today, is that he's all about just being you. And so you need to create your own style, your own content, your own personality, your own vulnerability, your own stories. You just need to share all of that, because that ultimately is why people are going to connect with you. That's why people will buy your coaching program. That's why people will hire you as a speaker. That's why people will ask you to be on their podcast, is because of you and your personality. So again, I want to thank you for watching our show today. And I want to thank all our guests for being on the show. Hey, Corey, you're back. I was just wrapping up.
Yeah, well, thank you. I didn't know if the broadcast had ended or if it was still going. I still don't know what happened. What I just did is, I don't know if it was on my end, but I just jumped over to my phone. So I'm now operating from my phone's Wi-Fi.
Yeah, well, you all of a sudden froze up, and so I didn't know if it was on my end or your end, but I just thought, okay, well, I'm just gonna take over, and then sure enough, we even lost you on screen. So basically, what I was telling everybody is just to be themselves. You don't need to try and be Tony Robbins. You don't need to try and be Larry Winget. You just need to put your own personality on your stage, on your podcast, in your books. Just be you, because that's who they're buying. They're not buying anybody else. They're buying you.
Absolutely. I mean, I love themes, and it seemed like we had, a different, like a theme today overall. But really, I think the theme did come around to me to be you and create your own identity. I mean, we had Jesse Eker on, and Jesse's creating his own identity within the Harv Eker brand. And as he said, launched his first program. He's starting to create his own identity. So be the first Jesse Eker while also working within Harv Eker's identity, and be the first Larry Winget. As Larry was saying, Jeff Hayzlett definitely is probably the first Jeff Hayzlett. I mean, and he's no holds barred, and so on and on. I think that's been a common theme today. I don't know if you agree with that, Kelly, but it feels like that was a common theme today.
I totally agree. That would seem to be the overall message that I was getting, and even from Lori. Right? It was the same thing as be you, because that's who they're going to fall in love with. If they want Tony Robbins, they'll go have Tony Robbins. If they want Lisa Nichols, they'll go watch Lisa Nichols. But, I know that, even myself being a coach and coaching people to be best-selling authors, there's tons of people doing it. And they could go and buy their coaching services there, but because they've seen my style, they want me. And they want to learn from me, no matter how much the cost is, right? Because they want my style.
100%.
Yeah.
And the only other thing I'll say is, for those that haven't had a chance to check it out yet, or if you're just joining us now, you can learn lots of stuff about Blue Talks at bluetalks.com. This is my little promotion for Blue Talks to at least tell you a little bit about it. All the links are on there. So the YouTube channel's on there. The book channel, talking about the book, it's on there. You can see it right here as well. I have it next to me. The podcast is on there as well. We're going to be back tomorrow and Friday still. We still got 2 days left. And as far as the other things from today, whether you're on with us or not, another couple of big takeaways I found today. One was from with Lori talking about virtual events, is don't be scared to put it out on social media that you're looking for more virtual events. Ask the question, say, hey, I'm looking to add this many virtual events this year. Anybody know somebody who might be looking to run virtual events? And what I love about that, by the way, Kelly, is a lot of times when people are running virtual events, you don't know they're running the event until they're already planning it and they're already lining up the speakers. So you can't get on the radar if you don't even know they're running an event. So
I can't wait to do that. That one little tip with the one golden nugget that I got from her. Or yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to put it out there again. That's what I'm looking for.
Absolutely. And I'm planning to do that as well as an experiment. And I'm going to actually say, I'm trying something here, want to get your thoughts. And then I want to credit it to what Lori said on the event. So, that was a game changer, I thought, just that one little thing. And it's funny, like I said, I was writing that down and, hey, why don't I just do this? And then she said it. It was like, it was like Kismet, I guess. The other thing is that if I go back a bit, Jeff Hayzlett, if you go back and listen, you'll actually see how he essentially dialed in how to build a speaking brand. Like, he really dropped a lot of nuggets and value bombs. And then you go back to Benji Bruce, and wow, I mean, Benji just laid out the whole plan for becoming a speaker if you're willing to do the work, and it will take some work. Anthony Trucks, again, all about authenticity. So yeah, I mean, I just think we had such a great round of speakers today to finish out the speaking day. And then obviously, even though I know people are probably tuning off because they know we're winding down, I will just add for tomorrow, just in case you're catching this in the replay or you're still here with us and want to know who's up tomorrow. Tomorrow we have actually a roster of Blue Talk speakers. So we have Deborah Kozowski, Kim Seltzer, and Tim Allison, all Blue Talk speakers. We have our mutual friend, Steve Olsher, who runs the New Media Summit, and he's the founder of Podcast Magazine. And we have Dave Meltzer. I can't wait to see that. He's closing out the day. And Eleanor Beaton, who is in my neck of the woods in Atlantic, Canada, but growing a massive company. And I've been watching her build it for a long time, and she's going next level now. So, yeah, and this is all podcasting day. These are all people that have crushed it in the world of podcasting. They all have podcasts that have been running a long time, and they're going to actually take you through the process of how to have a successful podcast. And I will say the following day, we're doing something I've never done before. We're switching seats to kick off the day, and Tibor Nagy is going to be actually interviewing me about interview skills. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
persevere. That's awesome. Love it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Kelly. You know, it's always a pleasure. I so appreciate you. Appreciate everybody tuning in. If you didn't tune in, you need to tune in. You need to check out the replay. Obviously, you have to be tuning in right now to hear this. But if you're hearing it at the end and you haven't watched all this today, Larry Winget, worth the price of your time alone. I could say that about every speaker today. Right back to Lori. So I don't know about you, but I'm fully energized.
It was totally all day of master classes. And, you know, if you had to go and buy like 1 hour of time with each one of them, you're looking at thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, because these people are all coaches that charge thousands of dollars per hour. And, you know, people got it for free. So,
well, I heard Jeffrey Hayzlett say, he said, I don't have the exact number in my head, but I think it was like 27,000 something and something cents. He told us his exact speaking fee. And then Benji said, you know, whether I'm charging 10, and I know from his videos, he charges up to 25. So you could do the math pretty quickly. Even if you're hiring them to speak, you're talking like a couple of $100,000 day that you were just involved in if you were hiring each of these guys and girls separately.
That's right. And we got it all for free. And what's cool is you got all their golden nuggets. Like, these are like the high level things that they would want you to know if they were to coach you. So that's what I love about this too, is I got a couple pages of notes of things that I'm going to be implementing in my business, because, you know, I want to take it to the whole next level.
Absolutely. And I'm going to tell people inside our speaking community about Larry Winget's training, because again, this guy's next level. And I really think if that's the direction he's going now, our people need to know about that. So I think it's been a tremendous day, and I'm super pumped. I'm more energized than when we started.
I know.
But I'm even next level now. And I still got a call with a client in the next little bit. And then on top of that, I'm still speaking as part of International Podcaster Day later on this evening. So I still got a little bit of day left.
Okay, great. Okay.
Thanks, Kelly. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 11 Eastern. We'll see everybody else back at 11 Eastern. Thank you guys for giving us a purpose. Ciao.
Thank you.